brings together thought leaders, change makers, policy makers, private sector champions, and development partners, all united by a shared goal to improve nutrition outcomes by strengthening collaboration and aligning market-based solutions. Today's summit is organized by IDE, an organization with over 4 decades of global experience and more than 30 years of deep engagement here in Nepal. IDE works at the intersection of market, agriculture, water, sanitation, and nutrition, ensuring that smallholder farmers and marginalized communities don't just work to survive, but actually thrive. This summit, distinguished guests, is not just a conversation, but it is a call to align our efforts, mobilize capital, and embrace innovation and co-create solutions. देशभरिबाट पाल्नुभएका सम्पूर्ण अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई आजको यस विशेष कार्यक्रममा हामी हार्दिक स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छौँ। यहाँको बहुमूल्य समय आज हामीलाई दिनभरि दिनुभएकोमा हामी यहाँहरूप्रति आभार पनि व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छौँ। We'd like to acknowledge the presence of some of our distinguished guests, and I'd like to request our country director of IDE Nepal, Ms. Rajana Casey, to kindly welcome all our distinguished guests. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Sharon Eubank, humanitarian director for the Latter-day Saint Charities. We also have some khada, म त्यो खदाहरूलाई पनि अगाडि ल्याइदिनु हुनका लागि हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। This is a way where we welcome all our distinguished guests, thank them for their valuable time and for joining us in this very special event as well. Thank you to Ms. Sharon Eubank for being here with us. Might I also add, looking lovely in the kurta surwal. Thank you very much. We'd also like to welcome our chief guest, Professor Dr. R.P. Bicha. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us, member of the National Planning Commission, Nepal. Sir, लाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद छ आजको यस विशेष कार्यक्रममा उपस्थित भई यस कार्यक्रमको शोभा बढाइदिनु भएकोमा। हामी सँगसँगै इन्द्रदेवी ढकाल म्याडमलाई पनि स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छौँ, मेम्बर सेक्रेटरी अफ द नेशनल चाइल्ड राइट काउन्सिल। म्याडमलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद आजको यस विशेष समारोहमा आफ्नो सहभागिता दर्शाइदिनु भएकोमा हामी उहाँप्रति आभार व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छौँ। We'd also like to welcome Heather Bradbury. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us in this special occasion. We'd also like to welcome Andrew Yu. Thank you very much for joining us. We'd also like to welcome Mr. Deepak Raj Sapkota, Honorary Consul of the Netherlands. सरलाई पनि अगाडि आई आसन ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुनका लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु र सरलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद आजको यस विशेष कार्यक्रममा सहभागी भइदिनु भएकोमा। Thank you, Prachana ma'am, for doing the honors as well. र सँगसँगै यथास्थानमा आसन ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुनका लागि म दीपक ढकालज्यूलाई हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु, द अन्डर सेक्रेटरी अफ बाल संरक्षण तथा विकास शाखा। सँगसँगै डाक्टर ईश्वर सुवेदीज्यूलाई पनि हामी स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छौँ। ललन सिंहज्यूलाई पनि हामी हार्दिक स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छौँ, कृषि विभागका डीजीजी हुनुहुन्छ, सरलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। उहाँसँगै महेश चन्द्र आचार्यज्यूलाई पनि हामी आजको यस कार्यक्रममा हार्दिक स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छौँ। नेसनल सेन्टर फर फ्रुट डेभलपमेन्टबाट आउनुभएको छ। उहाँहरू लगायत आज यहाँ विभिन्न मन्त्रालय, विभिन्न शाखाबाट र विभिन्न डिपार्टमेन्ट्स अफ गभर्नमेन्ट अफ नेपालबाट पाल्नुभएका अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई हार्दिक हार्दिक धन्यवाद हामी ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ। We'd also like to welcome various representatives from the donor agencies, development partners, and private sector representatives. Thank you very much for collaborating with us and making sure that your presence here today really matters as well. So thank you one more time for your presence. To kickstart our event, we have a video message from Ms. Elizabeth Welch, the CEO of IDE. So I'd like to request for all your attention towards the screen, please.
Namaste, and good morning to everyone. My name is Elizabeth Welch, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at IDE. It's truly an honor to welcome you all to the Nutrition Market Nexus Summit, hosted by IDE Nepal in collaboration with our government, development, and private sector partners. I would like to extend a warm welcome and namaste to the honorable chief guest, distinguished guests from various ministries, respected government officials, development partners, and the diplomatic community, as well as to private sector leaders, financial institutions, and NGOs. Your leadership, expertise, and collaboration are vital to building inclusive, resilient food systems that support both economic growth and improved nutrition. I'm also grateful for the support of our consortium partners, Helen Keller International Nepal and Care Nepal, and the distinguished panelists and moderators who are helping make this event happen. On behalf of IDE, I extend my warmest welcome to all of you, our esteemed guests and valued partners. This summit provides us with a unique platform to come together across sectors and disciplines, to break silos and build synergies. At the intersection of nutrition and markets lies a powerful opportunity to create systems that are not only productive and profitable, but also equitable and nourishing. Today, we come together for a shared purpose, to unlock the power of partnership in transforming how we think about, invest in, and deliver improved nutrition outcomes for Nepal. We've long understood that good nutrition is a fundamental foundation for families, especially women and children, to truly thrive. Healthy diets are essential for children's growth, supporting both mind and body. Nutrition lays the foundation for learning, contributing to communities, succeeding in work, and leading prosperous lives. Access and availability of nutritious foods is also grounded in functioning market systems where good food is locally available, affordable, and meets the demands of local diets and preferences. In Nepal, nearly half of all children under 5, an estimated 1.6 million, continue to suffer from undernutrition. Behind this statistic are real stories of families trying to nourish their children with limited resources, access, and information. That's why at IDE, globally, we work to equip mothers with the knowledge to make the right choices, support smallholder farmers to plant and harvest the types of crops needed to create healthy meals, and ensure that every parent has the ability to access what they need to put their family's nutritional needs first. For over 40 years, we have worked to harness the power of entrepreneurship to build markets that work for the hardest, most marginalized communities. Our Global Nutrition Program focuses on engaging market systems to reduce the burden of malnutrition on children by focusing on both the supply and the demand of nutritious foods. This includes supporting farmers to participate in climate-smart and regenerative agriculture practices, developing rural input networks, aggregation, and post-harvest management of nutritious foods, and coupling this with training on good nutrition practices and supporting a clean environment through water and sanitation work. While we've made tremendous strides in reaching hundreds of thousands of families across 10 countries, we're beyond grateful for the opportunity over the past year to build partnerships with HKI, Vitamin Angels, and CARE to be able to deepen the quality of this work and to scale the impact well beyond IDE's direct footprint. To all the panelists, exhibitors, and participants, thank you for being here. I encourage you to engage deeply, challenge ideas, share boldly, and most importantly, build connections that will last beyond today. Let us leave this summit not just with insights, but with actionable commitments to strengthen nutrition-sensitive food systems that are inclusive, climate resilient, and driven by the communities we serve. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and inspiring day ahead. Namaste.
It's incredible where technology has brought us, and even though Miss Elizabeth could not be here with us physically, she definitely sends her regards, and I think that message also definitely sets the tone for today's event and highlights why the work that ID is doing along with its collaborative partners is so important in today's day and age as well. Now, distinguished guests, we are moving towards a very special ceremony, which is to officially inaugurate today's event and program as well. We're going to do so by planting a seed, which is a powerful symbol of growth, of nourishment, and the future that we all strive to achieve as well. And just as a seed holds the potential to grow into something that is strong and life-giving, this expo that we are about to inaugurate in just a little while also represents the seeds of partnerships, innovation, and opportunity that will help nourish communities and strengthen markets for better nutrition. To do the honor, may I please request our chief guest for today's event, along with our distinguished guests, to please join in this occasion.
purpose.
धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद यहाँहरु सम्पूर्णलाई. Requesting all our distinguished guests to please take their seats. It is now my privilege to introduce our chief guest before I invite him to address this august gathering. Professor Dr. R.P. Bitra is a leading public health expert and member of the National Planning Commission of Nepal, and with over 3 decades of service, Dr. Bitra has played a key role in shaping national health policies and programs, including the Immunization Act and the community-based newborn care. He has also served as health advisor to the Prime Minister and Director General of the Department of Health Services. We are extremely honored to be welcoming here today and very glad that he could join us. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please do join me in welcoming our chief guest, Professor Dr. Bitra, to the stage.
Distinguished guests, all the partners, fellows, colleagues, I am highly honored and privileged to stand in front of you and share my own feeling of my service almost of more than 4 decades and serving the people of Nepal, especially the women and children who really needs a special care as far as nutrition is concerned. Planning Commission को तर्फबाट र म आफ्नो व्यक्तिगत तर्फबाट यहाँहरु सबैमा हार्दिक अभिनन्दन. यो विषय नै मेरो मन छुने र आत्मासँग नै सम्बन्धित भएकोले अर्गेनाइजर मित्रहरू, स्पेशली मेरा प्रिय दिल्ली भाइ मेरो अफिसमा गएर रिक्वेस्ट गर्दाखेरि यो जस्ट बजेटको भोलिपल्टै बिहान 7 बजेदेखि नै सबै प्रधानमन्त्री कार्यालयमा व्यस्त रहेको समयमा पनि मैले उहाँलाई नाइ भन्न सकिनँ, किनभने यो विषय नै मेरो मुटुलाई छुने विषय हो. मैले थोरै चाहिँ यहाँहरुलाई नेपालको परिप्रेक्ष्य के रहेछ, कसरी हामी काम गर्यौं त्यसको बारेमा यहाँहरुलाई थोरै चाहिँ आफ्नो अनुभव शेयर गर्न चाहन्छु. यहाँहरु सबैलाई अवगतै छन्, नेपाल कुनै कुनै ठाउँमा हामीले लिड पनि लिएका छौं, ग्लोबल लिडरको रूपमा पनि थापित भएका छौं. हामी यदि 2001 को कट अफ प्वाइन्ट लिने हो भने हाम्रो चाहिँ स्टन्टिङ, अन्डर न्युट्रिसन, अन्डर वेट, वेस्टिङ भयावह स्टेजमा थियो. झन् म अलमोस्ट चाहिँ यो 20 वर्षमा हामीले इन्डिकेटर वाइज हेर्ने हो भने आधीसम्म पुगेका छौं. अहिले एनडीएचएस 2022 को डाटा यदि हामीले केलाउने हो भने हाम्रो स्टन्टिङ चाहिँ 25 मा झरेको छ, वेस्टिङ 8 मा झरेको छ, अन्डर न्युट्रिसन चाहिँ अन्डर वेट 19 मा छ. तर त्यो भन्दा पनि डर लाग्दो अवस्था के छ भन्दाखेरि जुन यहाँहरुको विषय बन्न सक्छ त्यो के हो भन्दाखेरि अहिले पनि 13% पोपुलेसन नेपालमा चाहिने जति उले चाहिँ खानेकुरा पाइराखेको छैन. दे आर डिप्राइभ्ड अफ द बेसिक फुड्स. त्यो चाहिँ अहिले पनि हामीले फेस गरिराखेका छौं. त्यसमा पनि एउटा थप संकट के रहेछ भन्दाखेरि यो डाटालाई माइक्रो एनालाइसिस गर्दाखेरि त्यसमा चाहिँ प्रोभिन्शियल इनइक्विटी पनि थुप्रै छन्. एजको प्यारामिटर लिनुभयो भने इनइक्विटी छन्, सेक्सको प्यारामिटर लिनुभयो भने इनइक्विटी छन्, एजुकेसन, वेल्थ, यो सबै जुन हाम्रा कम्पेयर गर्ने हो भने त्यो इनइक्विटी चाहिँ देखिन्छ. त्यसलाई सम्बोधन कसरी गर्ने? म चाहिँ पोलिसी मेकरको नाताले म के चाहन्छु भन्दाखेरि यहाँहरू बिगको उपस्थितिबाट यस्ता इभिडेन्स र यस्ता गाइडेन्स आओस् कि हामी त्यो जुन डिफ्रेन्ट लेभलका इनिक्विटी छन् त्यसलाई कसरी सम्बोधन गर्ने र खास गरिकन जुन एउटा हामी जेन्डर इक्विटीको कुरा गरेका छौँ त्यहाँ पनि हामी कतै न कतै चुकिराखेका छौँ। स्पेसली मेरो कन्सर्न त के छ भन्दाखेरि जो मार्जिनलाइज्ड ग्रुप छ तिनीहरू यो पीडाबाट झन पीडित छन्, त्यसलाई कसरी सम्बोधन गर्ने होला, यो चाहिँ आजको चुनौती हो। र म एज ए पोलिसी मेकर र खास गरिकन प्लानिङ कमिसनले नै त्यो एमएसएनपी मार्फत चाहिँ लिड रोलमा छ। हामी चाहन्छौँ तपाईहरुको अगस्त ग्यादरिङबाट तपाईहरुको अनुभवबाट यस्ता सुझावहरू इनपुटहरू आओस् जसलाई आउने दिनमा हामी सहर्ष चाहिँ पोलिसीमा गाभ्न सकौँ। दोस्रो मैले थोरै एमएसएनपी को बारेमा यहाँहरूसँग चाहिँ कुरा गर्नै चाहे। त्यो के हो भन्दाखेरि यो एमएसएनपी भर्चुअली हो के धेरै जसो मित्रहरू चाहिँ अवगतै हुनुहुन्छ, तर पनि मैले यो पटक पटक किन भन्ने गरेको छु भन्दाखेरि मेरो एउटा टिओआर नै हो। एमएसएनपी चाहिँ घर दैलो सबै कहाँ लाने, बिग कहाँ मात्र होइन। यो म थोरै हिस्ट्री भन्छु। 2009 तिर यहाँ धेरै मित्रहरूलाई थाहा छ, एउटा चाहिँ ल्यान्डसेट सिरिजमा चाहिँ माल न्युट्रिसन र मेन्टल रिटार्डेसन को एउटा चाहिँ एलाइनमेन्ट देखायो। त्यो चाहिँ ल्यान्डसेट सिरिज आइसकेपछि एकदमै पुरै विश्वमा चाहिँ यो ठुलै भूकम्प आएको जस्तो हो विज्ञहरूको बीचमा। हामी पनि चिन्तित भयौँ। म सौभाग्य भनौँ या दुर्भाग्य भनौँ, त्यति बेला पनि म चाइल्ड हेल्थको डाइरेक्टर थिएँ र मै लिड रोलमा थिएँ र त्यो ल्यान्डसेट सिरिज केलाउँदाखेरि हामी आफै पनि बडा चिन्तित भयौँ। सारै राष्ट्र सबै पार्टनरहरू हामी सबै बसेँ र ल त हामी अब कसरी जाने होला, किनभने मलाई के डर सताइराखेको थियो भन्दाखेरि के आउने जेनेरेसन हाम्रो आउने जुन जेनेरेसन छ फ्युचरको सन्तति छ हाम्रो त्यो के मेन्टली रिटार्डेड हुने हो। यो चिन्ताले हामीलाई निकै चाहिँ पोलिराखेको थियो। हामी सबै पार्टनर, मलाई अहिले पनि सम्झना छ, म यता एनट्याकको दीपकजीलाई देख्दैछु, त्यस्ता मेरा पुराना मित्रहरू पनि यहाँ छन्। हामी सबै त्यति बेला युनिसेफ र अरू पार्टनरहरू लगायत हामी सबै बसेँ र त्यसलाई डिप एनालाइसिस गरेँ कसरी जाने होला। अनि त्यति बेला नै हामीले एउटा प्रिय वर्ड निकालेँ, त्यो न्युट्रिसनको एक्ज्याक्ट स्टेटस नेपालमा के रहेछ त्यसको एनालाइसिस गरेँ, ग्याप के रहेछ त्यसको एनालाइसिस गरेँ र कसरी वे फरवर्ड हुन्छ भने हामीले विस्तृत छलफल गऱ्यौँ। त्यसैलाई मित्रहरूले अहिले नागा भन्छ। त्यो जुन ग्याप एनालाइसिस हो त्यो डकुमेन्ट चाहिँ नागाको रूपमा एकदमै पपुलर हो। त्यो नागामा हामीले दुईटा कुरा मात्र भन्यौँ, इम्फेसिस गरेर 5टा रिकमेन्डेसन थियो, तर दुईटा कुरा मात्र म तपाईँहरूलाई भन्छु। एउटा के थियो भन्दाखेरि यो माल न्युट्रिसन या न्युट्रिसन एज ए होल जुन प्रब्लम छ यो चाहिँ इट इज नो मोर ए बिजनेस अफ हेल्थ ओन्ली, इट इज बियोन्ड हेल्थ। र बियोन्ड हेल्थ भन्ने बित्तिकै यसले के चाहिँ चाहेको थियो भन्दाखेरि यो चाहिँ मल्टी सेक्टोरल एप्रोचमै जाँदा मात्र हामी एचिभ गर्न सक्छौँ, अदरवाइज इट इज जस्ट इम्पोसिबल। त्यति बेला नै हामी मल्टी सेक्टोरल एप्रोचको कुरा गऱ्यौँ, इन्टिग्रेटेड एप्रोचको कुरा गऱ्यौँ र यो चाहिँ दायित्व चाहिँ हाम्रा प्राइम मिनिस्टरको, राइट अनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टरको यो एपेक्स एडभाइजरी बडी भएको नाताले त्यो दायित्व चाहिँ प्लानिङ कमिसनले पायो। किन भन्दाखेरि त्यसमा चाहिँ इन्टरमिनिस्ट्रियल कोअर्डिनेसन वाज मस्ट र फेरि जति स्टेक होल्डर थियो सबैलाई एकै बिन्दुमा ल्याएर एउटा चाहिँ टिम वर्कमा काम गर्नुपर्ने आवश्यकता थियो र त्यो हामीले गर्यौँ। र मैले ग्लोबल लिडरको किन कुरा गरेँ भन्दाखेरि 2011 मा आएर सनले स्केल अप न्युट्रिसन मुभमेन्ट जुन युनियनको थियो उसले चाहिँ मल्टी सेक्टोरल एप्रोचको रिकग्नाइज गर्यो। त्यसैले म भन्छु, जहिले पनि भन्छु, वी आर द पायनियर पिपल हु टुक लिडरसिप। र हामीले 2010 मै नागा थ्रु चाहिँ हामीले एउटा मार्गदर्शन विश्वलाई दियौँ। त्यसैले न्युट्रिसनको हकमा चाहिँ भन्नुहुन्छ भने हामी विश्व गुरु नै भयौँ त्यति बेला र इट वाज हाइली एप्रिसिएटेड बाई द ग्लोबल। तसर्थ म के भन्छु भन्दाखेरि हामीले यो कम्प्लेक्सिटीबाट बाहिर निस्क्यौँ। हामी नेपालीहरू कहिलेकाहीँ एउटा विचित्र किसिमको कम्प्लेक्सिटीमा हुन्छौँ। हामी पुरै विश्वलाई यो न्युट्रिसनको मामलामा चाहिँ एउटा लिड रोल लिएर पनि एउटा पथ प्रदर्शन गरिसकेको हुनाले हामी चाहिँ धेरै चाहिँ आत्तिनुपर्ने अवस्था छैन। तर यति भन्दै गर्दा पनि मैले यहाँहरूसँग भर्चुअली थोरै निवेदन गर्न नै आएको हुँ। नेपालको परिप्रेक्ष्यमा हामीले जति लो ह्याङ्गिङ फ्रुट थियो त्यो हामीले पिकअप गऱ्यौँ, सजिलै गरी गऱ्यौँ। र 2001 को डाटा हेर्नुहुन्छ भने स्टन्टिङकै कुरा गर्ने हो भन्दाखेरि अलमोस्ट हाफ रिडक्सन हामी भयो। वेस्टिङमा पनि थोरै बहुत राम्रै गऱ्यौँ। तर मेरो कन्सर्न के छ भन्दाखेरि अब हाई ह्याङ्गिङ फ्रुट्स त्यसलाई चाहिँ सजिलै गरी हामी तोड्न सक्दैनौँ। त्यसैले यसको लागि चाहिँ जुन एज युजुअल बिजनेसमा छौँ आउट अफ बक्स हामी आउनै पर्छ। पोलिसी मेकरको नाताले पनि, इम्प्लिमेन्टिङ एजेन्सीको रूपमा पनि, सहयोगी मित्रहरूको नाताले पनि हामी सबै एक ठाउँमा बसेर नाउ दिस इज अ हाई टाइम वी हेभ टु कम आउट। एज युजुअल बिजनेस इज नो मोर द सल्युसन, यु हेभ टु कम आउट अफ बक्स नाउ। दिस इज भेरी हाई टाइम। र त्यसैले पनि यो तपाईँहरूले अर्गनाइज जुन गर्नुभएको छ त्यसबाट चाहिँ सर्टेन इनोभेसन्स आओस् त्यसको मैले अपेक्षा पनि राखेको छु। एउटा यहाँहरूको स्पेसली आइडियाको कुरा गर्ने हो भने हामीले अहिले चाहिँ MSNP 3 लास्ट इयरदेखि चाहिँ कार्यान्वयनमा ल्याएको छौँ। त्यसमा चाहिँ हामीले 9वटा रूपान्तरकारी कार्यक्रम राखेका छौँ। 1 र 2बाट लेसन लर्न गरेर एउटा चाहिँ हामीले प्रायोरिटीको विषय के हो जुन यहाँहरू सबैको कन्सर्नको हुनसक्छ त्यो हो फुड सिस्टम ट्रान्सफर्मेसन। र त्यो ट्रान्सफर्मेसनमा हामीले एकदमै सम्मानपूर्ण ढङ्गले हामीले सम्मान गरेको अवस्था छ। त्यो के हो भन्दाखेरि न्युट्रिसन र मार्केटको जुन नेक्सस छ जसको चाहिँ हामीले एडभोकेसी गर्नै पर्ने हो त्यो कुरा हामी MSNP 3 मा लाउडली चाहिँ बोलेको अवस्था हो। यो नेक्ससलाई रिकग्नाइज मात्र गरे होइन राज्यले, यसलाई सम्मानपूर्वक त्यहाँ चाहिँ हामीले बुन्दा बुन्दा उल्लेख पनि गरेको हो। जब हामी फुड सिस्टमको कुरा गर्छौँ भन्दाखेरि यो चाहिँ भर्चुअली एउटा ठुलो साइकल छ। त्यो प्रोडक्सन पूर्व, प्रोडक्सन, त्यसपछि कल्टिभेसन लगायत स्टोरेज र डिस्ट्रिब्युसन र कन्जम्सन लगायत त्यो ठुलै साइकलमा हरेक स्टेपमा हामीले काम गर्नुपर्ने छ। मार्केट भन्नाले ट्रेड मात्र नबुझिदिनुहोस्, मेरो आग्रह त्यो छ। मार्केट भन्नाले यो न्युट्रिसनको मार्केटको जब कुरा हामी गर्छौँ र त्यो नेक्ससको कुरा गर्छौँ भन्दाखेरि यो चाहिँ मात्र चाहिँ यो बिजनेस साइन्स मात्र होइन, यो एउटा सोसल वेलफेयरको एउटा सोसल साइन्स पनि हो। हामीले यसरी हेर्दैनौँ, यो चाहिँ इट्स ए बिग सोसल साइन्स We all are bound to serve our people. We have to ensure the well-being of our society, especially who are most vulnerable group. This is our responsibility. We all should be accountable. We are accountable. So we all together we have to work in this field. Just ensuring the food quantitatively is not the answer. Food security is, it can be one good step. We must produce enough food, and we should build up this food security. But my concern is the food safety. And once we talk of safety, it asks for the nutritious diet, the quality. हामी सबैले काम गर्नुपर्ने त्यहाँ हो। तसर्थ मेरो आग्रह के छ भन्दाखेरि यो अगस्त ग्यादरिङले भइहाल्दैन। न्युट्रिसन सेफ्टीमा कसरी हुन्छन्? मार्केटसँग नेक्सस मात्र बनाउने होइन कि मार्केटले चाहिँ ट्रेडले इन्स्योर गर्नु पर्यो। सेफ फुड कसरी चाहिँ हरेकको घर आँगनमा पुगोस्, हरेकको थालीमा पुगोस्, त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो अब्जेक्टिभ हुनुपर्छ। र दोस्रो अन्त्यमा मैले प्राइभेट सेक्टरका मित्रहरूले पनि आग्रह गरेँ, हामीले एमएसएनपी 3 मा पनि प्राइभेट सेक्टरको चाहिँ सहयोग बिना, उनको पार्टिसिपेसन बिना, पोलिसी मेकिङदेखि लिएर इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन मात्र होइन मोनिटरिङसम्म प्राइभेट सेक्टरको एउटा चाहिँ ठुलो रोल चाहिँ हामीले बोलेका छौँ। त्यसैले म अन्त्यमा यहाँहरूले अनुरोध के गरेँ भन्दाखेरि हामी एउटै न्युट्रिसस या न्युट्रिसन फ्यामिली छौँ। एमएसएनपी को हामी सबै चाहिँ एकाउन्टेबल सम्मानित संस्था र व्यक्ति हौँ। हामी सबै एमएसएनपी मा सम्मानपूर्वक समेटिन सक्छौँ। तसर्थ हामीले लास्टमा चाहिँ के भनेको छौँ भन्दाखेरि हाम्रो लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेस छ, त्यसलाई म्याक्सिमम युटिलाइजेसनको लागि वी अल हैव टू कम थ्रू one door, and that door is MSNP 3. I wish you all a grand success of this conference, and thanks once again for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Chief guest, Dr. Bicha, for highlighting how Nepal stands as a global leader in many aspects of nutrition and public health and is making remarkable progress, but also reminding us that there is most definitely a lot of room for improvement which can be achieved with collaborative efforts. To thank our chief guest, Dr. Bicha, I'd like to request Prashna ma'am to kindly present this token of appreciation. I kindly request the token to be brought forward, requesting our guests to kindly step forward. Thank you very much, Dr. Bitra. Your leadership and your commitment has been instrumental in driving these positive changes, and your continued effort and support definitely motivates us all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please do take your seats. It is now my absolute honor to welcome Ms. Sharon Eubank, a distinguished humanitarian and a global leader with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. She served as the first counselor in the Relief Society General Presidency, one of the Church's highest leadership roles for women, and was the director of the Latter-day Saint Charities, which also led global efforts in health, education and emergency response. With a rich background spanning in public service, international development and community empowerment, Sharon's work has touched lives across continents. Please join me in welcoming with a thundering round of applause our guest, Ms. Sharon Eubank, onto the stage.
I'm so pleased to be with you and participate in this distinguished gathering, and especially with these many guests. As was mentioned, my name is Sharon Eubank, and I'm the president of Latter-day Saint Charities. And I just have a moment to introduce my esteemed colleagues, if you would let me. First of all, Andre, visiting from Hong Kong. I'll let him introduce himself.
Namaste and good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Yu. I'm from Hong Kong, and I'm the Regional Humanitarian Manager for the Asia area for the Latter-day Saints charity. So it's my privilege to be here today with everyone in this beautiful city of Kathmandu. And in these past few days, we are honored to be able to visit the couple projects, MCW and LTLN projects in the different cities in Nepal. And I was able to witness all the great work that has been done and the great remarkable efforts and outcomes from this project. And I'm so proud of all the efforts been done by each of you that participated in this project. And we are especially grateful for the support, the great support provided by the government. And in Latter-day Saints charity, we believe in strengthening families. And we believe that by lifting individuals, strengthening families, and strengthening communities is one of the essential ways to lead to self-reliance and long-lasting sustainability. So I hope that we will continue in this effort and work together and to be able to bring more blessings to the people in Nepal. Thank you.
And also my colleague Heather Bradbury, who works with me in the United States.
Thank you, Sharon, and welcome to all of our esteemed guests. I'm grateful to be with you today. As we were listening to the speech earlier, which was wonderful, thank you, it dawned on me two kind of themes: light and growth. You saw us water the seed, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to come together and to grow together as one seed and to be innovative and creative. I've been so impressed as we've been traveling with our government officials here and the enthusiasm they have to overcome some of these challenges. I think it truly is a time of hope and light, and I see this group full of light and potential, and I think we can come out of this day with some very great results. Thank you.
I might just add some very brief remarks to this. Latter-day Saint Charities, as Ms. Elizabeth talked about, was founded 40 years ago, and it was founded in response to the famine that was gripping the Horn of Africa. And to get the bulk of the resource that we could use for that famine relief, we asked our membership to fast, to go without eating for 24 hours, and then spend the money or donate the money that they would have spent on food for famine relief so that other people might eat. And to me, that's an elegant solution because anybody of any means can participate in this. And from that fast, $10 million was raised, and that was the beginning of Latter-day Saint Charities and our efforts in the globe. But as was mentioned by Dr. Bicha, nutrition is a very complicated work. And kudos to Nepal for the work you have already done in reducing the amounts of stunting and wasting and gathering up all the low-hanging fruit. And now we are gathered together to reach that higher fruit. And it can only be done, I believe, in cooperation. And that is why Latter-day Saint Charities did something we have never done in our 40 years before. And we funded a coalition of partners to work with a government like Nepal that is so committed to tackling this issue for the people. And it is a great vision on behalf of the leaders in Nepal to be able to say, this is our next generation, this is our future, and we will invest in this future. And so Latter-day Saint Charities invested in the expertise of the Poshan Network and these great NGOs and local implementing partners, the provincial government, the municipal governments, to be able to accelerate the work that is already taking place in Nepal. We are committed to this work. We believe in the dignity of the people who are vulnerable and don't have the resource they deserve to have. We believe in the power of the next generation. If their capacity to learn is protected and their health is protected, that they will be the next leaders of Nepal. We're committed to this work. We're grateful to work side by side with you. We're thankful to be involved, and we express appreciation to everything that has been done and everything that will be done by this network, and we look forward to the next years. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ms. Sharon for the positive and optimistic remarks. And would also like to present our three distinguished guest delegates with the token of appreciation. If those can please be brought out front. Thank you very much to Ms. Sharon Eubank for her remarks and for her presence and for traveling with all of us in the past few days as well. Presenting her with a token of appreciation. We'd also like to request Ms. Heather to kindly join us onto the at the front of the stage to accept this token of appreciation. And Mr. Andrew Yu, thank you very much for your compliments and for your remarks as well. Thank you very much to all our distinguished guests for their presence and for being here with us and looking after the work that has been done in collaboration with the Government of Nepal and the various community members as well. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Deepak Raj Asapkota, Honorary Consul of the Netherlands to Nepal, for his short remarks in this August gathering.
Good morning and thank you for this opportunity. Distinguished guests, partners, entrepreneurs and friends. Namaste and good morning. It's a great honor to join you today at the Nutrition and Market Nexus exposition, an event that thoughtfully bridges health, innovation and inclusive economic growth here in Nepal. Agi Dr. Bichale MNSP ko kura garnubho. Ma त्यति बेला INGO community lai represent garera. I was one of the signatories of MNSP. So there are lots of history together. Representing the Kingdom of the Netherlands as Honorary Consul here in Nepal, I would like to sincerely thank ID Nepal for spearheading this timely and visionary initiative. The connection between nutrition and vibrant local market extends far beyond food security. It is about advancing maternal and child health, restoring dignity, creating economic opportunities, and building resilience across Nepal's diverse and vulnerable communities. Malnutrition remains a significant challenge in Nepal. According to the 2022 Nepal Demographic and Health Survey, nearly 25% of children under 5 are stunted, 8% wasted, and 19% underweight, while 1% are overweight, conditions that have lasting impacts on health. Among women and adolescents girls, malnutrition is widespread. 10% women and age 20-49. And 27% adolescent girls aged 15-19 are of short stature. Overweight and obesity affects 35% of women and 6% of adolescent girls. Additionally, 13% households experienced moderate to severe food insecurity in the past year. We have made significant progresses, but the challenge is still not completely over. At the same time, over 2.2% of Nepal's population lives with some form of disability, a group that faces significant barriers in accessing nutritious food, health services, and livelihood opportunities. This exposition highlights how inclusive nutrition-sensitive market system can change this narrative by creating pathways for food security, maternal and child health, and marginalized groups, including persons with disabilities, to fully participate and benefit equitability. The Netherlands has long championed sustainable agriculture, inclusive food systems, and equitable economic models that provides women, smallholder farmers, youth, and marginalized groups, including persons with disabilities. We firmly believe that lasting progress is achieved when we invest in people, empowering them with the skills, tools, and market access that unlock their full potential. Today's exposition highlights the best of Nepal's entrepreneurial spirit, innovative local products, creative solutions, and community-driven business models that honor both the environment and human health. But beyond celebrating these successes, we must collectively reaffirm our commitment to building markets that not only drive economic growth, but also uplifts lives with inclusion, accessibility, and equity at their very core. Together, by strengthening the nutrition and market nexus, we can build a Nepal where no one is left behind, a Nepal where nutritious food, sustainable livelihoods, and dignity are realities for all. I wish you a meaningful and inspiring day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Indradev Adhakar. Oh, thank you very much to Mr. Deepak Raj Sapkota, Honorary Consul of Netherlands to Nepal. उहाँलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छु. डेफिनेटली नेपालले पनि हाम्रा छिमेकी राष्ट्रहरू सँगसँगै विश्वका अरू विभिन्न देशहरूबाट पनि धेरै कुराहरू सिक्छौँ र त्यस्तै इन्फर्मेसनहरू आज हामीले साटासाट पनि गर्नेछौँ. हामी दीपकजीलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद स्वरूप यो मायाको चिनो प्रदान गर्दैछौँ, जसका लागि म प्रश्न म्यामलाई पुनः एकपटक हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु. We're presenting a token of appreciation to the Honorary Consul of Netherlands to Nepal, Mr. Deepak Raj Sapkota, for his remarks in this August gathering and for his gracious presence. I'd also like to invite Ms. Indra Devi Dhakal to kindly join us onto the stage. Madam लाई पनि यो मायाको चिनो हामी प्रदान गर्दैछौँ. उहाँलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद हामी ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ. उहाँको बहुमूल्य समय आजको यस कार्यक्रममा हामीलाई प्रदान गर्नुभएकोमा. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome the Country Director of ID Nepal, Ms. Prajuna Kesi, whose collaborative approach and passion for creating sustainable impact have been instrumental in driving ID's success. A big round of applause in welcoming Ms. Kesi onto the stage.
Namaste and good morning, Honorable Chief Guest Dr. R.P. Bicha, Member of the National Planning Commission, esteemed representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, the Ministry of Health and Population, and the Ministry of Women, Children and Senior Citizens, senior officials from the Nepal Agriculture Research Council, Department of Food Technology and Quality Control, National Child Rights Council, Child Health and Nutrition Division, Family Welfare Division, and the Social Welfare Council. Distinguished special guests from the Latter-day Saint Charities, Sharon Eubank, Heather Bradbury and Andrew Yu, Honorary Counsel to the Netherlands, Mr. Deepak Raj Sapkota, representatives from the provincial and local governments, respected delegates from FCDO, GIC, WFP, Zyka, and our other development partners, valued collaborators from CARE Nepal, HKI Nepal, members of academia and research institutions, leaders from the private sectors and agribusinesses and financial institutions, champions from the communities we serve, especially our women entrepreneurs, farmer leaders, and community business facilitators. On behalf of ID Nepal, it is my honor and deep privilege to welcome you all to the Market and Nutrition Nexus Summit, Unlocking Partnership for Better Nutrition. My name is Prajuna Kesi, and I serve as the Country Director for ID Nepal. But more than the title, I identify first and foremost as a mother to a curious, joyful, and very energetic 7-year-old boy named Ojwant. The day he was born, something shifted within me, almost at a cellular level. I became deeply committed to doing everything in my power to protect him, to nourish him, and to help him thrive. I found myself seeking out best ways to feed him, sourcing organic vegetables from local markets, ensuring he had access to fresh, locally produced eggs, and learning about seasonal fruits and grains that would support his growth. This personal journey opened my eyes to a fundamental truth. Every parent deserves the opportunity to provide their children with safe, affordable, and nutritious food, regardless of where they live or their economic status. That search has also revealed a hard truth that while every parent shares that instinct, not every parent in Nepal has the means to fulfill it. Today, 1 in 4 of our children under 5 are still stunted. Their growth and the future is held back by chronic undernutrition. Acute malnutrition or wasting still threatens 12% of our youngest citizens, and only 40% of children aged 6 to 23 months eat a diet diverse enough for healthy development, and barely 30% meet even the minimum acceptable diet. And yet, I've seen hope. Just a couple of days back, with our partners from LDS, I got to visit communities where the Mother-Child Wellbeing Project is being implemented. I witnessed firsthand the powerful partnerships we've built with municipalities, mothers group, local agrovets, health centers, and local businesses. It was a reminder of why we do what we do. I met mothers at the Puraina Health Mothers Group who weren't just learning about nutrition, they were applying it too. They proudly showed me their nutrition garden, Poshan Garden, where they were growing diverse range of nutritious food right at home. And some even shared aspiration to extend their field, use new technology, and become commercial in the coming days. I was specially moved by Bidya Yadav, a woman who has turned her field into a community learning center. She proudly is teaching her neighbors everything she knows, how to compost, how to rotate crops, how to implement climate-smart agriculture technologies. And she said, if I can keep my children healthy, why not help the whole village? These are the real changes, people, not statistics, whose lives are being reshaped by the market-driven solutions we champion. We are seeing micro-entrepreneurs delivering agriculture inputs and water filters door to door, creating last-mile access while building their own livelihoods. Families are venturing into poultry farming, not only to improve access for protein for their children, but to build businesses, generate income, and gain independence. Women are not just learning about nutrition, they are adopting technologies, improving their yields, and stepping into commercial roles and decision makers in their household and communities. That is what it looks like when you shift systems, when knowledge, capital, and confidence comes together. And it is through this lens that we invite you to engage today, to see nutrition not just as a health outcome, but as an opportunity for economic empowerment, local innovation, and inclusive growth. These are the changes that matter, not only because they are measurable, but because they are real. These are people with hope, with agency, and with a growing belief that they can nourish their families, not just survive. Before I close, I want to take a moment to sincerely thank the Latter-day Saint Charities. Your partnership has been more than just financial support. It has been true collaboration grounded in trust and shared purpose. Thank you for thinking about partnership differently, for listening deeply, and for your courage to innovate. Because of this spirit, we've been able to unlock local partnership, local potential, and deliver impact that is measurable and meaningful. As we begin today's session and explore pathways to action, I invite us all to remember that parent standing in the marketplace, trying to fill her basket with nourishing food for her family. It is our responsibility and our opportunity to make that choice simple, affordable, and lasting. Thank you for your presence today. Thank you for the partnership, energy, and the ideas you bring. Together, let's forge a Nepal where no child is left malnourished and every household has access to the nourishment and dignity they deserve. Let's imagine a future where nutrition is not just a health outcome, but a pathway to entrepreneurship, resilience, and inclusive prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kisi, for your wonderful remarks that definitely touched all our hearts. They say that a picture is worth 1,000 words and a moving picture even more. So before we continue, we have a video presentation about this project that we'd like to present in front of all our distinguished guests today.
पोषण परियोजना, केयर, आईडी र म्याप इन्टरनेशनलद्वारा द ल्याटर-डे सेन्ट च्यारिटिजको सहयोगमा सञ्चालित एक साझा प्रयास हो, जसको उद्देश्य नेपालमा आमाहरू र 5 वर्ष मुनिका बालबालिकाको केयर, आईडी द ल्याटर-डे सेन्ट च्यारिटिजको सहयोगमा सञ्चालित एक साझा प्रयास हो, जसको उद्देश्य नेपालमा आमाहरू र 5 वर्ष मुनिका बालबालिका पोषण परियोजना, केयर, आईडी र म्याप इन्टरनेशनलद्वारा द ल्याटर-डे सेन्ट च्यारिटिजको सहयोगमा सञ्चालित एक साझा प्रयास हो, जसको उद्देश्य नेपालमा आमाहरू र 5 वर्ष मुनिका बालबालिकाको स्वास्थ्य र समग्र हितमा सुधार गर्नु हो। यो परियोजनाले पोषण, स्वास्थ्य, खाद्य सुरक्षा, खानेपानी सरसफाइ र स्वच्छता र महिलाको सशक्तिकरणका क्षेत्रमा विभिन्न गतिविधिहरू समावेश गर्दछ, जुन मुख्य 5 नतिजाहरूमा केन्द्रित छन्: पोषण सुधार, समावेशी स्वास्थ्य सेवा, सकारात्मक मातृत्व, शिशु र बाल स्वास्थ्य तथा पोषण व्यवहार, खाद्य सुरक्षा र सरसफाइ, र घरेलु निर्णयमा महिलाहरूको सहभागितामा वृद्धि। आइडीले स्थानीय व्यवसायहरू र उद्यमीहरूसँग साझेदार गर्दै बजार प्रणाली विकासको दृष्टिकोणबाट योगदान पुर्याउँछ। पोषणयुक्त खाना र सफा पानीमा पहुँच सुधारदेखि स्वास्थ्य र सरसफाई सामग्रीहरूको उपलब्धता विस्तारसम्म हामी दिगो र समावेशी समाधानहरू सृजना गर्न काम गर्छौँ। हाम्रो प्रयास तत्काल मात्र नभई दीर्घकालीन प्रभाव पार्ने दिशामा केन्द्रित छ।
त्यो फेरि तरकारीहरू गर्न त हामी पहिले गरिरहेथ्यौँ, तर यस्तो सिस्टमले गरिएको थिएन। त्यो भएर अब पहिला गर्न त गर्थ्यौँ, अब तरिकाले नगरेर कति बिग्रियो। यो सामुदायिक सिकाइ केन्द्र जबदेखि यहाँ सुरु भएको छ सर, यो फेरि हाम्रो समूहका धेरै दिदीबहिनीहरू पनि यहाँ आउँछन्। दिनकै सोध्न यो के कसरी भइरहेछ, यो कुन कुन प्रविधि यहाँ छन् सुरु भइरहेछ, अनि जुन जुन यहाँ सुरु भएको छ, जुन जुन प्रविधि हामी यहाँ गरिरहेका छौँ त्यो दिदीबहिनीहरूलाई पनि सिकाइरहेका छौँ। अनि उहाँहरू पनि गएर आफ्नो घरमा फेरि थोरै थोरै घरमा खानको लागि अलिअलि गरिराखेका छन् तिनीहरू। यो सामुदायिक सिकाइ केन्द्रले हाम्रो महिलाहरूलाई धेरै फोकस गरिएको छ। यो हाम्रो प्रविधिहरूको बारेमा पनि तिनीहरू जानिरहेका छन्, अनि यो गरे भने तिनीहरूको हातमा पनि अलिअलि आय आर्जनको स्रोत पनि भएको छ।
सुरुमा आउँदाखेरि खाली एक मिला मतलब ऐसे सिखावा करा, फिर बाद में वो करते करत फिर दोसर अब और लोग के बाहर लोग के आमा लोग 1000 दिन के आमा लोग भी देखा सीखी करके कि हाँ वो इम्मे के करत है, हम लोग भी इम्मे के करा जी, इम्मे के पोसीलो खाना भी खाए मिली और जो बचत रहे उसका बेच के भी आमदनी भी कमाए मिली। यही हमारे देखा सीखी करके एक दिन 1000 आमा लोग सबको भी अब करे लागे धीरे धीरे। सब महिलाओं का सोचा कि हाँ ये बहुत अच्छा काम होता है, अब इसका भी अब परिवर्तन करा जी और आगे बढ़ावा जी। कहे जी कि इमा अरे पोसीलो खाना भी ऑर्गेनिक चीज़ भी खाए मिला था और जो बचा थे उसका बेचे भी पड़ा था, बेच के पैसा भी मिला था। यही हमारे मतलब आप सब चीज़ करा जी और आगे का बढ़ावा जी।
गाउँघर दिदीबहिनी किन्न आउँदा पनि खुसी लाग्छ, अलिकति पैसा पनि हुन्छ, अझै मन बढिरहेछ।
पोषण बगैँचा बनाएदेखि हामीले तरकारीहरू किन्नु परेको छैन, घरमै अर्ग्यानिक तरकारीहरू खाइराखेछौँ। विषादी बिनाको घरमै झोलमलहरू लगाएर बाहिर विषादीहरू प्रयोग गरेको तरकारीहरू किन्न परेको छैन। पोषण बगैँचा बनाएदेखि हामीले सिजन अनुसारको तरकारी खान पाइरहेछौँ, अनि धेरै थरीको सागपातहरू खान पाइराखेछौँ।
अहिले हामी चाहिँ 7 थरीको तरकारीहरू लगाउँछौँ। अब पहिला बच्चाले खानै मान्थेन, अहिले त्यही सागसब्जीमा जाउलो बनाएर पनि खिचडी बनाएर खुवाएको पनि मन पनि पराउँछ, राम्रो पनि मान्छ, खाना पनि खाइरहेछ, स्वास्थ्य पनि भइरहेछ भनौँ।
हाम्रो पोषण बगैँचा बनाएदेखि बच्चा बच्चीको लागि तरकारीहरू जाउलो पकाउनको लागि किन्नु परेको छैन। घरमा फ्यामिलीहरूलाई सबैलाई पुग्ने गरी लगाछौँ, खान्छौँ। यसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो बच्चालाई धेरै स्वस्थ बनाइरहेछ। सागसब्जीहरू धेरै थरीको खान पाइएको छ, बच्चाहरूलाई खुवाउन पाएका छौँ।
पहिला चाहिँ हामी नलकाकै पानी खान्थ्यौँ, अनि त्यो पानीमा चाहिँ पहिलो आउँथ्यो। आजभोलि चाहिँ फिल्टर आएदेखि चाहिँ शुद्ध पानी खान पाएको छौँ, अनि हाम्रो स्वास्थ्यलाई पनि राम्रो भइरहेछ। हामीले फिल्टरको पानी युज गरेदेखि चाहिँ त्यति आउँ पनि हुँदैन, झाडा पखाला पनि लाग्दैन।
मेरो बुढीले टोकरीमा लिएर जान्थे तरकारी लिएर, अहिले ठेला भएपछि तरकारी अलि धेरै लगेर ल्याइराखेको छौँ। तरकारीबाट अहिले पैसा पनि अलि धेरै नै आउँछ, सामान पनि धेरै नै जान्छ, त्यही नै फाइदा रहेछ। पसल परियोजनाबाट तपाईँको एउटा पालिकामा गरी एउटा ठेलियाको चाहिँ उ गरिदिनु भएछ, जस कारणले गर्दा तपाईँको जुन यहाँ हाम्रो जुन तरकारी घर घरमा उत्पादन गर्नुहुन्छ, आफू खानुहुन्छ र बचेको तरकारी जुन यदि टोलमै बिक्री हुन्छ भने टोलमै गर्दै, छैन भने अब फोन गरिदिनुहुन्छ, मेरो 2-3 केजी अथवा 4 केजी अथवा 10 केजी भनौँ न, जति तरकारी हुनुहुन्छ मलाई फोन गरिदिनुहुन्छ त पठाइदिनु भनेर उहाँले ठेलियाहरू मजाले हामी पठाइदिन्छौँ। उहाँले कलेक्सन तरकारी लगेर उहाँ बिक्री गरिदिन्छ अथवा तपाईँको बजारमा नजिक हुँदा खजुरामा अथवा अन्य कतै छ माग भएको ठाउँमा मजाले चाहिँ बिक्री गरिराख्नु भएको छ उहाँले।
बी ग्रुप र आइडी नेपालको सहयोगमा पनि चाहिँ सधैँ आमाहरू, दिदीहरू, बहिनीहरूले चाहिँ यहाँ आफूले उत्पादन गरेको वस्तु, आफूले घरमा चाहिँ उत्पादन गरेको वस्तु चाहिँ आफूले खर्च गरेर बाँकी रहेको वस्तु चाहिँ मेलासम्म ल्याएर दैनिक 1000-1500 चाहिँ आफ्नो चाहिँ आम्दानी गरिराख्नु भएको त्यहाँ देख्न सकिन्छ।
बनिया भार कोहलपुर जाए, वो खेरा चल जाए, ना बेच पाए तो उससे सूख जाए। अब तो हमारा नान के ढेर थी तो लग गए बढ़िया लागत, हाट बाजार में आईली तो बढ़िया लागत, यहाँ लग गई आके तो बढ़िया लागत।
ये पर्वदी न हो, ये महिला के लागे एक स्वतंत्र उपकरण हो।
What a powerful video. It truly encapsulates the essence of what this project has achieved on the ground. We saw not just numbers and outcomes, but real stories, real faces, and real impact. We heard directly from the community members whose lives have been positively transformed through access to better nutrition, livelihood, and opportunities, which is a good reminder that at the heart of all our efforts are people and their voices that simply inspire us to keep moving forward. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, अब पनि हामी कार्यक्रमलाई अगाडि बढाउन चाहन्छौँ र ठिक यो हलको बाहिर हामीले आज एउटा मार्केट पनि राखेका छौँ। कतिजनाले ब्रेकफास्ट तर्फ जाँदै गर्दाखेरि पनि त्यो मार्केट अवलोकन गर्नुभयो होला, तर अब भने त्यो मार्केटको अफिसियल इनोग्रेसन तर्फ हामी अगाडि बढ्दैछौँ। Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we're about to officially inaugurate the nutrition market and to officially open the vibrant space that is showcasing some incredible products and innovation that promote better nutrition and livelihoods. We will do it with the traditional ribbon cutting, for which I'd like to request our distinguished guests on the front row to kindly join us for the ribbon cutting ceremony. आजका हाम्रा कार्यक्रमका प्रमुख अतिथिज्यूलाई पनि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु र अरू सम्पूर्ण अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई चाहिँ यही रहिदिनका लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु, किनभने यहाँहरुका लागि भने हामीले एउटा भिडियो पनि तयार पारेका छौं। हाम्रो यो अफिसियल इनोग्रेसन हुँदै गर्छ, तर त्यतिन्जेल म यहाँहरु सम्पूर्णलाई एउटा भिडियो देखाउन चाहन्छु, भिडियो प्रस्तुत गर्न चाहन्छु र ब्रेकको समयमा यहाँहरुले पनि गएर अवलोकन गर्न सक्नुहुनेछ भन्ने जानकारी गराउँदै म त्यो भिडियो प्रस्तुत गरिदिनु हुनका लागि टेक्निकल टिमलाई हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछु।
कृषि क्षेत्रले नेपालको कुल जीडीपीमा झन्डै 23.95% योगदान गर्दछ। कुनै समय अर्थतन्त्रमा सबैभन्दा धेरै योगदान पुर्याउने मध्येको एक कृषि क्षेत्रले पछिल्लो 10 वर्षमा जीडीपीमा पुर्याउने योगदान खुम्चिँदै गए तापनि अझै लगभग 62% जनसङ्ख्या कृषिमा आश्रित रहेका छन्। हाल देशको कुल रोजगारीमा कृषि क्षेत्रले 21% योगदान पुर्याउँदै आएको छ। नेपालमा उपलब्ध कुल भूमिको 28% भूभागमा खेतीपाती हुने गरेको देखिन्छ। उक्त भूभागको 53% भूमि मात्र साना किसानहरूको पहुँचमा देखिन्छ, जसमा 0.5 हेक्टर भन्दा कम जमिनको स्वामित्व रहेका किसानहरू पर्दछन्। नेपालमा विविध प्रकारका अन्नबाली, फलफूल र तरकारी उत्पादन हुने गरे पनि कृषि खाद्य प्रणालीका मुख्य बालीहरू धान, गहुँ र मकै हुन्। विश्वव्यापी रूपमा समेत कुल खाद्यान्न उपभोगको लगभग 60% तीन प्रमुख अन्नबाली धान, गहुँ र मकैद्वारा आपूर्ति हुने गरेको छ। जलवायु परिवर्तन, बढ्दो जनसङ्ख्या र घट्दो प्राकृतिक स्रोतका कारण खाद्य सुरक्षा समग्र विश्वको प्रमुख चिन्ताको विषय हो। विगत केही वर्षमा नेपालको खाद्य सुरक्षामा उल्लेख्य सुधार आए तापनि कुल जनसङ्ख्या मध्ये 4.6 मिलियन जनता अझै खाद्य सुरक्षाबाट वञ्चित रहेका र उक्त संख्याको 10% 10% जनसङ्ख्या गम्भीर रूपमा खाद्य असुरक्षित वर्गमा पर्दछन्। उपभोग र उत्पादनका आधारमा खाद्य सुरक्षा सूचाङ्क अर्थात् इकोनोमिक इन्टेलिजेन्स युनिट 2019मा नेपाल 113औं देशमध्ये 79औं स्थानमा र ग्लोबल हङ्गर इन्डेक्स अर्थात् GHIमा 135औं देशमध्ये 69औं स्थानमा रहनुले नेपाली जनताको खाद्य सुरक्षा र पोषणको अवस्था अझै कमजोर अवस्थामा रहेको देखिन्छ। मुलुकले दिगो विकासका लक्ष्य SDG 2 अर्थात् शून्य भोकमरी 2 र SDG 12 अर्थात् दिगो उपभोग 12 का सूचाङ्क पूरा गर्न खाद्यान्नको ह्रास र खेर जाने परिमाण दुवै घटाउन महत्त्वपूर्ण देखिन्छ। नेपाल जस्ता विकसनोन्मुख देशहरूमा खाद्यान्न असुरक्षाको प्रमुख कारण मध्ये बाली भित्राइसकेपछि भण्डारण हुने ह्रास एउटा प्रमुख कारण हो। भण्डारणसँग सम्बन्धित ह्रास जैविक कारकहरू जस्तै किरा, मुसा र फङ्गस र अजैविक कारकहरू तापमान, आर्द्रता, वर्षा इत्यादिका कारण हुने गर्दछ। नेपालमा परम्परागत प्रविधि र सञ्चारहरूमा भण्डारण गरिएका अन्न बालीमा किराको संक्रमण र फङ्गसको वृद्धिले भण्डारण गरिएको अन्नको 20% देखि 50% सम्म नोक्सान हुने गरेको विभिन्न प्रतिवेदनमा देखिन्छ।
आइडीले गर्ने काम र त्यसका प्रोजेक्ट्सहरूको बारेमा यहाँले यो भिडियो मार्फत पनि जानकारी पाउनुभयो होला। यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई पनि हामी पुनः धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छौँ। आजको दिनभरिको समय हामीसँग बिताउनका लागि आउनुभएको छ। डेफिनेटली पनि हामीले धेरै आइडियाजहरू, एक्सपिरियन्सेसहरू र इन्साइट्सहरू एक्सचेन्ज गर्नेछौँ। यहाँहरूकोबाट पनि कुराहरू केही छन् भने त्यसलाई पनि हामी अवश्य पनि सुन्नेछौँ। हामी हाम्रो पहिलो प्यानल डिस्कसन लाई अगाडि बढाउन जाँदैछौँ र त्यस कार्यबाट आजको यस प्यानल डिस्कसनको सुरुवात पनि गर्न जाँदैछौँ। हाम्रो बाहिर भर्खरै न्युट्रिसन मार्केट यो एक्सपो पनि लन्च भइसकेको छ। विभिन्न भेन्डर्सहरू हुनुहुन्छ, यहाँहरूले पनि आज पैसा बोकेर आउनु भएको छ होला भन्ने अपेक्षा हामीले गरेका छौँ। छैन भने पनि आजकल त डिजिटल वालेट र क्यास भइहाल्छ। सो क्युआरहरू पनि छन् हाम्रा भेन्डरहरूसँग। तपाईँले एकदमै मिठो बास्ना आउने घिउदेखि लिएर गेडागुडीदेखि लिएर विभिन्न कुराहरू पाउन सक्नुहुन्छ। सो आज चाहिँ 2 झोला भर्ने गरिकन सामान लिएर जानका लागि तयार हुनुहोला, किनभने हामीले नै उहाँहरूलाई मोटिभेट पनि गर्ने हो, इन्स्पायर पनि गर्ने हो। मैले पनि यसो स्क्यान गरेर नयाँ प्रडक्ट्सहरू पनि अलिकति इन्ट्रेस्टिङ देखिने, इनोभेटिभ देखिने प्रडक्ट्सहरू पनि छन्। ट्रेडिसनली सिम्पल प्लास्टिकमा प्याक गरेदेखि प्याकेजिङमा एकदमै धेरै, ब्रान्डिङमा एकदम धेरै फोकस गर्नुभएका प्रडक्ट्सहरू पनि हुनुहुन्छ। सो डिफ्रेन्ट काइन्ड अफ प्रडक्ट्सहरूको ब्याकग्राउन्ड स्टोरी यहाँहरूले बुझ्न सक्नुहुन्छ। उहाँहरूले कसरी त्यो प्रडक्टको बारेमा सोच्नुभयो, के कस्ता च्यालेन्जेसहरू फेस गरिराख्नु भएको छ, तपाईँले केही समय हरेक बुथमा बिताइदिनु हुनेछ भन्ने अपेक्षा पनि हामीले लिएका छौँ। तर अब भने हामी हाम्रो फर्स्ट प्यानल डिस्कसनका लागि सेट गर्नेछौँ स्टेज। हाम्रो पहिलो प्यानल डिस्कसनको टपिक रहेको छ मार्केट ड्रिभन सोल्युसन्स फर मदर एन्ड चाइल्ड हेल्थ एक्सेस टु बेटर न्युट्रिसन। यो थिममा रहेर आजको यो पहिलो प्यानल डिस्कसनमा हामी छलफल गर्नेछौँ र दिस प्यानल डिस्कसन डिस्टिङ्ग्विस्ड गेस्ट विल एक्सप्लोर अन वान अफ द मोस्ट अर्जेन्ट प्रायोरिटिज द्याट इज इन द न्युट्रिसन स्पेस, which is on how can we harness market-based solutions to directly improve the health and well-being of mothers and children, especially in vulnerable communities. So यो विषयमा हामी छलफल गर्नेछौँ। गभर्मेन्ट प्रोग्राम्सहरू, डोनर एजेन्सिजहरूको महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका अवश्य पनि हुन्छ, तर लङ टर्म सस्टेनेबल इम्प्याक्टका लागि कमर्सियली भायबल न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ प्रडक्ट्स र सर्भिसेसहरूको महत्त्वका बारेमा पनि हामीले यो पर्टिकुलर प्यानल डिस्कसनमा छलफल गर्नेछौँ। We will also explore how the private sector and social enterprises are stepping up not just as suppliers but as critical partners in driving better health and nutrition outcomes for mothers and children across Nepal and beyond. So हामीसँग diverse sectorsबाट हाम्रा प्यानलिस्टहरू हुनुहुन्छ यस पर्टिकुलर प्यानल डिस्कसनमा। म सर्वप्रथम वेलकम गर्न चाहन्छु मिस्टर पवन गोल्यानजीलाई, द चेयरपर्सन अफ गोल्यान एग्रो माटो भनेर पनि हामी चिन्छौँ। म पवन सरलाई माथि मञ्चमा निम्ति आउन चाहन्छु र उहाँलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद हामी ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ। गोल्डियान ग्रुप इज वान अफ नेपाल्स लार्जेस्ट बिजनेस हाउसेस स्प्यानिङ 16+ सेक्टर्स इन्क्लुडिङ एनर्जी, एग्रिकल्चर एन्ड हस्पिटालिटी। उहाँलाई हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छौँ आजको यस महत्त्वपूर्ण डिस्कसनमा हामीलाई साथ दिनुभएकोमा। प्लिज उहाँ सँगसँगै म मञ्चमा निम्ति आउन चाहन्छु डाक्टर मानसा थापा ठकुराटीज्यूलाई। शी इज ए senior clinical nutritionist and a former head of the Central Department of Home Science at Tribhuvan University with a PhD that is focused on heart diseases. She has led major nutrition initiatives with global and national agencies advocating for maternity health and healthy living. Please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Manasa Thapa Thakurati onto the stage as well. I'd also like to invite Mr. Haley Girman Abera, the head of program at WFP Nepal, with over 12 years of experience in improving food security and resilience across Africa and South Asia. He specializes in nutrition-sensitive agriculture, school feeding, and social protection with a passion for building sustainable food systems. Please welcome Mr. Abera onto the stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Bera, for joining us in this very crucial panel discussion. सँगसँगै म पुनः एकपटक डाक्टर थापालाई माथि मञ्चमा निम्ति आउन चाहन्छु र उहाँलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद यो पहिलो सेसनमा एज ए प्यानलिस्ट उपस्थित भइदिनु भएकोमा। उहाँ सँगसँगै म लीला विक्रम थापाज्यूलाई पनि अगाडि मञ्चमा निम्ति आउन चाहन्छु, चिफ न्युट्रिसन अफिसर एट द न्युट्रिसन सेक्सन अफ FWD। उहाँलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। उहाँले विगत 30-40 वर्षदेखि पब्लिक हेल्थमा काम गरिराख्नु भएको छ। न्युट्रिसनको स्ट्र्याटेजी, पोलिसी र सिस्टम्सहरू कसरी स्ट्रेन्थ गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने हिसाबमा उहाँ लागिराख्नु भएको छ। त्यसको लागि पनि उहाँलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद हामी ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ। And to bring out the best from all our panelists, as the moderator, I'd like to invite Dr. Abid Hussain to kindly join us onto the stage, the economy's lead at ISI Mode. He brings nearly 20 years of experience in food security, climate adaptation, and mountain economies. He's also served as a lead author for key global reports, including the IPCC and IPEBS, and is an expert advisor under the UNFCCC's Global Goal on Adaptation. Thank you very much, Dr. Hussain, for being our moderator for this panel discussion. उहाँहरूको panel discussion पश्चात हामी केही समय फ्लोरबाट केही प्रश्नहरू लिनेछौँ। त्यसै कारणले यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई पनि यो प्यानल डिस्कसन ध्यान दिएर सुनिदिनु हुनका लागि अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। यहाँका केही प्रश्नहरू छन् भने पनि हरेक टेबलमा हामीले एउटा पेन र पेपर पनि राखेका छौँ। प्लिज डु मेक श्योर टु जट डाउन एनी क्वेसन्स द्याट यु माइट ह्याभ द्याट युड लाइक टु आस्क एनी अफ आवर प्यानलिस्ट post this panel discussion as well. So without any further delay, I'd now like to request our moderator to kindly take over. र म हाम्रो टेक्निकल टिमलाई केही कर्डलेस माइक 1-2 अगाडि जस्ट इन केस केही टेक्निकल डिफिकल्टिज आएमा त्यसका लागि पनि राखिदिनु हुनका लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछु। So requesting our moderator.
It's working. Yeah, now it's working. Hello.
So you've been saying, sir? Yes. The sound is coming out. Do you need this?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. It's not working. Yeah, now it's working. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and it's a privilege to be here to moderate this very important session. So we are already running, I think, 15 minutes late. So around 60 minutes we have for this panel discussion. So 35 to 40 minutes we will spend on discussions. There will be 2 rounds of questions. In each round, 1 question per panelist will be asked for your response. In second round, we will spend around 15 minutes for taking questions from the participants. So in first round, that first round question is main one. So I request you to respond that question in 4 to 5 minutes. In second round, I request you to respond in 2 minutes and be very concrete. So maybe we can start with Pavanji. He has a lot of experience working with private sector. He himself is a business person. So what innovations in terms of delivery mechanism, in terms of partnerships or product diversification we can bring in to ensure food and nutrition security in Nepal, particularly in Nepal? Yeah, please, over to you.
Thank you. First of all, I'll give a little bit background, maybe take 1 extra minute, but then otherwise it will be difficult to understand. For last 6.5 years, I'm into agriculture, but we have a person who got cancer about 25 years ago, and by eating organic, fully organic food and growing and eating the food, he conquered the cancer in 5 years. So he's now 73 years old. He's our operation director. I'm talking about Janta Agro and Forestry Limited. It's a public company. I'm the chairperson of that company. But in that, what we are doing is doing with communities, farming, in organic practices, and also in our own farm. And we have R&D centers in 7 places in Nepal. So with this, our experience, I can tell that nutrition-rich food cannot be grown in where a lot of pesticides is there in the fields. You know, in Tarai areas, especially where pesticides and heavy chemical fertilizer are used for so many years, nutrient cannot be there. And the crops are ready in 60 to 90 days cycle, any crop you take. But once we go, which is a blessing for Nepal, and we are missing out on that, is mid-hill area. There the same crop takes like maize, we can take example of, like 60 days in Tarai and about 5 to 6 months in mid-hill. So the contact with the soil, the more the contact with the soil, the more nutrient it will grab. So especially for the children and especially for the mothers, it is very important to have more nutrient food. So on one side, it is very important to have safe food, and also like their food like Litto, I mean the baby food we say, it has to be less glycemic index like what we are doing now, so that they don't expose to the diabetes, which is happening in India. It is 10% population of the children is diabetic or pre-diabetic. So this is an alarming condition. And the second challenge in Nepal is alarmingly growing cancer. So these are the 2 challenges. There are a lot of children getting cancer now. Below 5 years age also are getting cancer. So these are we are exposed to extreme chemical environment. To stop this, the most important thing is to grow safe food. And also prevention is better than cure. On one hand, have to have higher nutrient food like raw banana powder, raw jackfruit powder, and also cassava powder, things like this, flour you can say, or in any form, but in their baby food, and also for the mothers, and also for men also, why not for men also. So for everyone on one hand, and another hand, it is very important to have, the powerful remedies we have in Nepal, like high curcumin, turmeric, black turmeric, moringa powder, guava leaf powder, things like this. There are quite a few, you can say, supplements or for prevention. These can prevent, these are antibiotics, these are can prevent cancer, can cure cancer also. But prevention is very important. So for me, what I feel is the most important thing, and to what we are doing is we are doing with community. So I mean, this is how what we are doing in community. I can explain that as well, that we are teaching them how to grow all these food and also do the buyback. We make the crop calendar, we do with the municipalities, the contract with the municipalities or the agro, these cooperatives or any women cooperatives. Women cooperatives we have not done yet, but we have already done with 7 municipalities. We are in talk with few agro cooperatives also. We are about to do that as well. And wherever we do, we have a research center, so we will teach. Yeah.
What role private sector and youth can play in this process?
Definitely. Private sector, the private and the youth can play the processing role. Apart from the farming, it is the processing they can do. We have a lot of herbs like nettle leaf, which can cure prostate. So, and I'm talking about rooted vegetable, which like turmeric, like ginger, like other items. So these can be produced and also processed there itself. And also like making the banana, green banana powder, etc., etc. Everything can be processed and pre-sold. Person like us, I mean company like us can buy, make arrangement before it is the crop is put. Also we can make an arrangement and make the entire ecosystem value chain right from the beginning. That's what exactly we are doing. So this is where they can come in the picture, and we will sell not only in Nepal, make it available for the people of Nepal and also for export. We are doing herbal teas, a lot of herbal teas, which is very good teas like Rosella, which easily grown. All these things are easily grown.
Thank you so much. I think when you will turn off, then it will work here. So, Professor Manasa, so you have immense experience of health sector. I would like to know the factors. Which factors actually affect the intake of nutrition diverse food at household level, especially by children and mothers? You can reflect on both household factors and of course macro factors also. Over to you.
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
please.
Thank you for your questions. The factor which influences our nutritious food intake among the children and women in Nepal, since the ages, it has been the come out of the influencing factor in the combination way. First thing I would like to say, it is a combination of economic condition, social condition, cultural factor, and structural factor of the Nepali context. So women and children, when we talk about the women and children, that is always somehow also in rural area and urban area also. In rural area, I would like to say that it is most neglected part and not taken seriously by the family because of the many factors. And urban area, though the people has knowledge, recently I should talk about the recent matter. So recently the people has many good knowledge about the nutrition, and they have learned from the in the formal education in a higher level, not in the school level. So this is the because unless and until one has the nutrition knowledge, they cannot accept the behavioral change in their dietary habits. So food intake pattern is governed by many factors in Nepali context, like first thing is our home household income is very low to afford the money in high quality food. Second, the availability of the food is also very lacking due to the seasonality and market access. Market access is not good in every places. And third one I would like to point out that the lack of nutrition knowledge and cultural belief, that nutritional knowledge, due to the nutritional knowledge, many people knows food item every day to satisfy the hunger with the food things, but they don't know how to construct a balanced diet for women and children in their home daily. So this is the main issue. Balanced diet, we have been hearing all this word from the beginning, but what is the balanced diet? People says balanced diet means dal, bhat and tarkari. No way. It has many components you have to add in daily life. So that is why they don't know how to feed the children and how to eat by themselves, by the woman also. So another thing is governing factor is also that women's decision power in food sector is very low in our context, because they have very little domain in purchasing food items, selecting food items. Though it is there in the urban area, in rural area like in Tarai region and hill region, women has no decision making power, because all male does the decision thing in buying the things, and they order the food in their kitchen, whatever they like, but they don't think of their women and children. So another is maternal education in nutrition. Now see, nobody has taken nutrition education seriously. Some only in our government level or some NGOs, they are giving the nutrition short period training. So that short period training is not enough for the person who is illiterate, who does not know how to read and write, and what is the, because every food item contains many nutrients which helps to cure, nourish, and for growth and development of the children is necessary. So it should be, I should say that it should be implemented from the grassroots level and the school level also. Nutrition knowledge is lacking in the maternal case also. And another thing, the woman has very less access to the nutrition services provided by either by the government or on any other institution. And another thing, that woman has very less time, busy schedule, and over responsibility in household chores. So that makes, because women as the main homemaker in our context, and they prepare the food, they feed the family. And when they don't have the time and overloaded with the responsibility and time constraint, they prepare their food in haphazard manner just to fulfill the hunger. They don't go for the nutrition issues in each food item. And lastly, I would like to say that is especially that market, in penetration of the junk food in market. It has created a serious problem among the people, especially for the mothers and young children, because they are used to eat all these junk food items more than homemade food. Because in one side, mother don't have to prepare good food, they don't have knowledge how to feed their children, they don't know which food is nutritious. So they also, I have seen in many cases, like in hospital, immediately after the rice feeding ceremony of the children, they give the cheese ball, popcorn, because they don't have time to prepare good food for the children, and the children love that food because of the taste. So they are habituated to do such food for a long time. It goes for the lifelong period habit. So this is the main thing which hampers the intake of the nutritious food in our society, and still young generation though it is not issue of the young generation in our context, especially for the women, like I
Professor
said.
Manasa, we will come back to you maybe in later part.
Okay,
so I want to switch to health. So our speakers in the welcoming or opening session also mentioned that it's multi-sectoral effort. Nutrition is multi-sectoral. So it covers health, it covers energy, it covers water, it covers agriculture, it covers poverty, and several other cross-cutting aspects also like climate change. What role different stakeholders, particularly development organizations, private sector, and government institutions can to ensure stable supply of diverse food in the supply chain of food, particularly with focus on women and children? Over to you.
Thank you. So before I start, allow me to kind of commend and congratulate the government of Nepal for the changes that have been brought in terms of addressing malnutrition in Nepal over the past years. But given the extent of the problem, we still have challenges in terms of addressing stunting, wasting, and micronutrient deficiency. And from Professor Bicha to the previous speakers, they have nicely discussed on the solutions, what needs to be done in promoting multisectorality, climate smart, nutrition sensitive agriculture, and the nutrition education that the previous speaker was mentioning. So I think we cannot discuss availability in isolation from affordability and utilization. So as you know, in Nepal there are quite a number of diverse settings. There are places that have surplus production. There are also places that have deficient production. So in the absence of a well-functioning supply chain system, there is no way you will be ensuring that kind of redistribution among the population. So the best way to go about that is to work in a multi-sectoral approach. Like for instance, the government has the Food Management and Trading Company Limited that aims to establish the fair price shops across all the 753 palikas. But the capacity is so limited where you can see a big role for the private sector. So the private sector can also have, play a big role in terms of facilitating the redistribution of the products, mainly with focus on promoting nutrient-dense, nutrition-sensitive commodities. It's by so doing that you ensure availability, and then if you have a well-functioning supply chain system, that makes it affordable as well. Because if you make the market systems function well, then the products that you'll be supplying from the remote location to the closest locations will become more or less affordable. And then that has to be supported by nutrition education to help the households to utilize whatever commodities and resources becomes available to them. So if you ask me on what WFP is doing in terms of improving the supply chain system, is we have a tool which we call it supply chain optimization. So that tool helps the government identify what's the most optimum way of making food available, not just food, but nutritious and healthy food in the plates of, as you say, the nutritionally vulnerable population. We still have a long way to go, but the government's plans of introducing the fair price shops that aims to supply fortified rice and some of the most crucial commodities starting in the remote locations of Karnali and Sudarpashim and Madesh and other locations is a big start, I would say. And then the other crucial thing, I think, is some of the social assistance programs. The government has a number of social protection programs, but none of them, I would say, or not most of them, are nutrition sensitive social protection programs. So we need to make sure that those child grant, some of the pregnant and lactating women assistance programs can be made more nutrition sensitive. So how do you make that? Is WFP with the National Planning Commission, Ministry of Health and other stakeholders, we are doing an analysis which we call it cost and affordability analysis of diets. So that tool tells you how much a nutritiously adequate diet would cost in each of the different settings, in the hills, in the terai, and in the mountains. And then if you use that information to design those nutrition sensitive social protection programs, that becomes a crucial tool to help the government design and implement those social protection programs. I don't want to repeat much of what has been said in terms of diversifying production, price reduction strategies, nutrition education, social and behavioral communication strategies becomes as a complete package to do that.
Thank you so much. Hello. It's working? Yeah. So Leela Bikramji, so you have a lot of experience of working with government institutions and development organizations also. Based on your experience, can you please reflect on a kind of investment options and policy options which actually enable the nutrition-related market and nutrition-related actions to ensure nutrition security, particularly in Nepal? Policy options, then the investment options. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I prefer speak to Nepali. To bear me, please bear me. नेपालका बालबालिका महिलाहरू र सीमान्तकृत समूहहरूको पोषणको स्थिति सुधार ल्याउनको लागि चाहिँ बजार नेतृत्वमा आधारित पोषण कार्यक्रमलाई प्रोत्साहन गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने जस्तो नेपाल मिनिस्ट्री अफ हेल्थ एन्ड पपुलेसन अथवा नेपाल सरकारको जुन सोचाइ छ त्यसमा अब विभिन्न जस्तो एज यु राइटली पोइन्ट आउट द पोलिसी what would be the main policy? एउटा त सर्वप्रथम चाहिँ हाम्रो पोषणमा समावेश नीति निर्माण हुनु पर्यो। जस्तो अहिले अब हाम्रा साना साना कार्यक्रमहरू मिनिस्ट्री अफ हेल्थ एन्ड पपुलेसन जुन हामी बहुक्षेत्रीय पोषण को जुन अहिले नीति छ तेस्रो त्यसले चाहिँ न्युट्रिसन स्पेसिफिक प्रोग्राम र न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ भनेर जुन दुईटा ठुलो बोल्ट हेडिङमा छुट्याएको छ। स्वास्थ्य तथा जनसङ्ख्या मन्त्रालयले पोषणको विशेष कार्यक्रममा जोड दिन्छ। जस्तो चाहिँ अब पोषण समावेश नीतिमा नीति निर्माणमा केमा गर्नु पर्यो भन्नुहुन्छ भने जस्तो कृषि, स्वास्थ्य र व्यापारको नीतिलाई पोषणसँग चाहिँ पोषणमा प्राथमिकता दिनु पर्यो। त्यो नीतिमा चाहिँ पोषण चाहिँ प्राथमिकता परेको हुनु पर्यो भन्ने कुरा एउटा नीति निर्माणमा यसलाई एलाइन गर्नु पर्यो। किनभने हाम्रा डकुमेन्टेसनमा छन् तर कार्यान्वयन हुने कुरामा जोड दिनु पर्यो। अर्को स्वास्थ्य र पोषणयुक्त खाद्य उत्पादनमा लगानी। जस्तो अहिले जति पनि हामी मार्केटमा अहिले पनि हामी भिडियोहरू हेऱ्यौँ, खाद्य उत्पादनमा यदि हामीले लगानी गऱ्यौँ र त्यो जुन लगानी गरेका सागसब्जी, फलफुल, दाल, अन्डा, माछा, मासुहरू चाहिँ को बजार चाहिँ हामीले यदि त्यो खालको एउटा बजारसम्म पुर्याउने र बिक्री वितरण गर्ने र स्टोर गर्ने कुरालाई उपयुक्त किसिमले हामीले यदि त्यो गर्न सक्यौँ भने त्यो अझै पनि राम्रो हुन्छ भन्ने हो। अर्को नब्बे नहुने एउटा यो पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिप, यो अहिले हामी सबैले यो भनेको असाध्यै धेरै की एक्टर भनौँ, यसले चाहिँ की रोलको रूपमा जसले चाहिँ पोषण खाद्य उत्पादन गर्ने कुरा, प्रशोधन गर्ने कुरा र वितरणमा निजी क्षेत्रमा संलग्नता बढाउने। हामी के भन्छौँ भने आलीदेखि थालीसम्म भन्छौँ, उत्पादन हुनेदेखि लिएर खाना जुन एउटा कन्ज्युमर अथवा एउटा हाउस होल्डमा खाना आइपुग्दाखेरि खाँदाखेरिसम्ममा एउटा त्यो चिजलाई बढाउनु पर्यो भन्ने कुराहरूमा जोड दिनुपर्छ। किनभने म आई फुल्ली एग्री विथ अल द रेस्पेक्टेड प्रिभियस स्पिकर, वाट दे आर जस्ट speaking or they are just highlighting, they are focusing some of the important thing. त्यो हुनाले जस्तो अर्को चाहिँ एउटा लक्षित उपभोग कार्यक्रम हुनु पर्यो। महिला, बालबालिका र सीमान्तकृत समूहमा समेटेर, जस्तो उदाहरणको लागि खाद्य भौचर हैन, खाद्य भौचरको कुरा आयो, नगद सहायता। जस्तो अहिले नेपाल गभर्मेन्टले सोसियल प्रोटेक्सन को स्किम अथवा प्रोग्राम भनेर धेरै वर्षदेखि यो चाइल्ड क्रास ग्रान्ट भनेर 532 रुपैयाँ पैसा चाहिँ एउटा परिवारलाई र त्यो एसडिआई भएका लो एसडिआई भएका 25वटा जिल्लाका परिवारहरूलाई संयुक्त गरेर बस सर्टेन एउटा फोकस गरेर दिएको छ। त्यो चाहिँ सही सदुपयोग हुने गरी त्यहाँ गर्नु पर्यो र अरू पार्टनरहरूको पनि त्यसमा सपोर्टहरू चाहियो भन्ने कुरा भयो। सबभन्दा ठुलो एकदमै की चाहिँ हाम्रो न्युट्रिसन एजुकेसन र सोसियल मार्केटिङ एकदमै कम छ। हजुरहरूले यदि यहाँ अहिले कुरा गर्नुहुन्छ भने मैले 35+ भएछ, म हेल्थ असिस्टेन्ट ब्याकग्राउन्डदेखि बिपिएच एमपिएच गर्दै गर्दा मैले विभिन्न अब यो यही सेक्टरमा काम गर्दाखेरि बुझेको कुरा एकदमै अहिले भर्खर पनि यहाँ हाम्रो एक्सपर्ट मनसा म्यामले पनि भन्नुभएको थियो, पोषणको शिक्षा पटक्कै छैन। अझै पनि फुड ट्याबेजहरू छ, यो चिज खानुहुन्छ। जस्तो अहिले यहाँहरूलाई मैले भनौँ, हामी नेपाल सरकारले कडा शीघ्र कुपोषणका बच्चाहरूलाई दिइरहेको जुन हामी तयारी खाना रेडी टु युज थेरापिटिकल फुड चाहिँ सर्टेन बाँकेका अथवा यो बर्दियाका सर्टेन मुस्लिम कम्युनिटीहरूले दे आर नट एक्सेप्टिङ बिकज अफ यो हलाल अथवा के भन्ने हुँदो रहेछ, प्याकेजिङ फुड हो बाहिरबाट आएको भनेर। यस्ता चिज चाहिँ अब अहिले हामीले यो बोटलनेक एनालाइसिस यो वर्ष गरेका थियौँ र थाहा भयो। जस्तो बालभिटाको पनि हामीले बोटलनेक एनालाइसिस गऱ्यौँ। यस्ता विभिन्न कुराहरू, यसलाई चाहिँ त्यो हुनाले यो एजुकेसन पनि कहाँबाट त भन्दा हामीले सानो सानो ग्रुपलाई गोल्डन 1000 एज मदरलाई र अथवा अरू कसकोलाई होइन कि स्कुल हेल्थ एजुकेसन हामीले यदि किशोरीलाई फोकस गरेर स्कुल हेल्थ एजुकेसनलाई फोकस गर्ने हो भने सबभन्दा बेस्ट कस्ट इफेक्टिभ र सबभन्दा राम्रो चाहिँ स्कुल हेल्थ एजुकेसन हो। त्यसलाई पनि अहिले गभर्मेन्टले त्यसलाई पनि फोकस गरेर हामीले प्रोग्रामहरू राखेका छौँ। जबकि स्वास्थ्य र जनसङ्ख्या मन्त्रालय अथवा पोषण सेक्सनले नै हामीले अहिले 500 यो सबै स्थानीय तहका निकायहरूलाई, स्थानीय तहका स्वास्थ्य संस्थालाई चाहिँ विद्यालय शिक्षा कार्यक्रम भनेर 1 महिनामा कम्तीमा एउटा नत्र 2टा चाहिँ नजिकको स्कुलमा गएर चाहिँ पोषण सम्बन्धी विद्यालय शिक्षा दिने भनेर प्रोग्रामहरू नै हामीले जुन एनुअल वर्क प्लानमै बजेटहरू कार्यक्रमहरू राखेका छौँ, जहाँ कि अब त्यो एउटा असाध्यै गर्नुपर्ने कुरा। र अर्को चाहिँ अब लघु उद्यम र महिला उद्यमशीलताको प्रवर्धन गर्ने कुरा मैले अहिले पनि भने, यो चाहिँ पोषणयुक्त खाद्य उत्पादनमा महिला र सीमान्तकृत समूहको संलग्नता बढाउने। जस्तो उनीहरूको जग्गा जमिन भएकालाई त अब हामीले के अरे करेसा जुन बारीहरूका कुराहरू गर्छौँ, नहुनेलाई पनि समूह बनाएर कसरी गर्न सकिन्छ। यदि यो कुरामा हामीले यदि जोड दियौँ भने बल्ल हामीले जस्तो अब यो नीतिगत सुधार र लगानीमा पनि यो बजार मार्फत चाहिँ पोषणको दिगो रूपमा चाहिँ यदि योगदान चाहिँ पुर्याउन सक्छ भन्ने चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ आफूले महसुस गरेको छु। र यो अनुरूपले हामीले कम्युनिटी लेभलमा जस्तो अहिले पनि हाम्रो धेरै कार्यक्रमहरू कस्तो छ भने सर्भिस प्रोभाइडर सेन्ट्रिक छ, तालिम गोष्ठी सबै हामी, तर बेनिफिसरी सेन्ट्रिक एक्टिभिटीहरू ल्याउनु पर्छ भनेर यो वर्षको हामीले बजेट कार्यक्रममा अघिल्लो वर्षमा भएको भन्दा टोटल्ली हामीले चेन्ज गरेर जस्तो गोल्डन 1000 एज मदरको स्कुल हेल्थ एन्ड न्युट्रिसनको कुराहरू र स्थानीय तहमा भएका लिडरहरूलाई पनि ओरिएन्ट गर्ने किन आवश्यक छ त, वाइ न्युट्रिसन इज द इम्पोर्टेन्ट होइन, थ्रु आउट द लाइफ साइकल भनेर यो कुराहरूमा हामीले जोड दिनको लागि रिसोर्स मेटेरियलहरू पनि हामीले तयार गरिरहेका छौँ। र हामीले विभिन्न डिजिटल प्लेटफर्महरू पनि जस्तो मोबाइल एप मेरो पोषण साथी भनेर हामीले पोषण हामीले के भन्छ पोषण सेक्सनमै फ्यामिली वेल्थ डिभिजनमै त्यो एउटा एप पनि छ। एपलाई पनि हामी मोडिफाई गर्दैछौँ, जसले गर्दा सबै वर्गले सबै समूहहरूले चाहिँ त्यो एप युज पनि गरौँ र त्यसलाई प्रमोसन गरेर हामीले बेटर न्युट्रिसन को जुन एचिभमेन्ट अथवा त्यो हाम्रो गोललाई एचिभ गर्नको लागि यो चिजहरू गर्नु चाहिँ आवश्यक छ।
Hello? Yeah, now it's working. Thank you so much, Bikramji, for sharing your experiences. So now I will go back to Pavanji. So what role women-led entrepreneurship has in food and nutrition-related value chains? Based on your experience, you may have been working with women enterprises also throughout your career. So please reflect on that.
Yeah, before I answer your question, from the speaker I heard, and I would like to comment a little bit on that. लीलाजीले भनेको कुरा एकदम घतलाग्दो छ, तर अहिले अब सबभन्दा ठुलो रोलै अब यो prevention is better than cure ko hisabले, what I will suggest and request is, like, to the Ministry of Health is to awareness campaign is very important. As you said also correctly, awareness campaign is very, very important, where junk food and all packet food and what has to be eaten is has to be told, and at the same time in school what you are serving, the school food, what I mean standard the school food should be, nutrient rich food and all. And the third, the most important thing for the Ministry of Health is whatever we are talking, but then we are importing everything. We are not growing here. Unless we grow in Nepal and make the process here, how we are going to be talking about agriculture? It doesn't make sense at all. I mean, the government of Nepal is buying everything from the other countries, neighboring countries or any other countries. And because of that, the farmers are suffering, the women are suffering, the people, half of the population is out of the country. So this is the most important thing. We need to change our thought process. This is for Mr. Haley also, and also for the madam and everyone here present here. This is the most important part, is like, if we want to grow here, if we want to really help the people of Nepal, and especially the poor people of Nepal and the farmers, why they are leaving. Two things is very important. Number one is buy Nepal, be Nepali, buy Nepali, and grow in Nepal and process in Nepal and do it. Second, make sure that they earn enough money for their livelihood. It's not that farmers are not superwoman or superman. We want everything to be done by them. Why? This is not correct. I mean, they are feeding us. They are our. We need farmers 3 times a day, but we are not taking care of them. That's why they are leaving the field, half of the field. I've gone to all over Nepal, especially to the Mid-Hill and Tarai also. Tarai is very easy to go. Mid-Hill also, I walked through Nepal. I believe in that. So in our organization, we have 10,000 workforce. More than 50% are women. This agriculture is led by women. Everything is led by women. So not only this, in our other businesses also, it is most of the businesses are, if not led, but numbers are big. So definitely women can play a very big role in farming and also in processing industry, and also we have to get together, and somehow the corporate sector has to come forward to create the market, especially for selling. It is very, very important. Thank you.
Yeah. So Professor Manasa.
Sorry, I got excited a little bit because
I can understand. Yeah. So you touched a little bit also in your response to first question, the lifestyle and dietary patterns at household level. So what changes, very briefly, because you have already touched in your response. So what dietary patterns, dietary changes, or lifestyle changes we can make at household level to ensure the healthy diets for children and women at household level, in particular, in general for family as a whole? Please.
Thank you for your question. If you want to get nutritious food, so first of all, I would like to make some query in this session. We have, I heard, nutritious, safe, and quality food. So these three words is very crucial in our context these days. because I would like to give one evidence-based thing. If you have to change, we say that nutritious food is good, we have to diversify our daily diet in different food items. We should make a balanced diet including all the needed food groups. But to consider in seriously, I would like to ask and make a query about the thing that what is nutritious, quality and safe food. So do you think that our population is getting that food or not? Because recently in this winter season, I heard also in our mustard leaf, रायोको सागमा र धनियामा पनि most chemical fertilizer छ. So that is so piteous condition in our country. Dhania you can grow in your kitchen garden, in your pot, at the balcony and in terrace, wherever, and that dhania is grown with the fertilizer, chemical fertilizer, and how can we say nutritious, quality and safe food? So this concept should keep in one side, and we should think about the safe food without any fertilizer, pesticide to supply for the population. Then only we can get that thing. For this, according to your questions, I would like to jump in that section now. Sorry for this an extra my opinion, because this is the burning issue, evidence-based issue. That is why I talk about it. If you want to make changes in our lifestyle and dietary habits, we have to do certain few things in a simple way. We have to diversify our daily meal. We don't have to, we think that we have to eat, to get the protein, we have to eat this much of the meat and this much of the egg, and no way. Because our household income is very less, and every people cannot afford to spend on that expensive food for their health benefit. So we have to diversify our food, whatever we get in our local area, local product, and include all the food items in our daily meal. And now I have heard that many people are saying, my children don't like to eat a green vegetable, don't like to eat other vegetable, they eat only egg, they eat only meat, and they prefer momos instead of the rice. So this is not the way to change your eating habits. You should make the fresh food at home, local food, and that food that is sustainable to your life. It should be sustainable to our community. It should be sustainable to our home production and home life. So these three were very crucial and very important and vital to make dietary diversification. So this should be done by the family member itself. And for this, one has to give the nutrition education at family also. You have to share the responsibility of the nutrition education, nutrition responsibility in our family also. Because in our family, in our context, all the kitchen responsibility is taken by the woman, mother, sister, grandmother, whoever. Male hardly take interest. They want to eat ready-to-eat food. So women should, the person who knows some nutrition knowledge, they should make it understandable, and they should bring that issue in the family, and they should make aware to the family member. Then only the social behavioral change communication can be implemented in our society. It starts from the family to the society and community. So this is how we can change our eating habit. Food diversification, local strengthen the local food use, and give more decision power to the women, and focus on the women and girls' education, because if the mother is educated, it is sure to bring the better nutrition, better food in the kitchen. So they know what food is good for their health, their children, and their family. Because, and we should reduce the junk food, and junk food at home, junk food in school, junk food in college, junk food in office. For the children, especially in the school and the home. We should concentrate for the women during the pregnancy and lactation period. In many communities, there are, due to the social, cultural norms, cultural belief, and gender disparities, they think that the meat is very harmful to the postpartum mother and children. So this is totally wrong, because meat is most needed during this condition. And to speak in our context, we cannot afford the meat because very expensive. Egg, because egg production has been increased very in a high percentage in our country. So why not to take 1 egg per day by each family member, like pregnant mother, small children, and everybody, especially talking about the mother. And mother, it doesn't happens in miracle, she is mother. From the youth, she has to be prepared to be a mother. So from the youth age, girls population should be nourished in a good way to become a healthy mother. Then only healthy mother can feed their children in a healthy way, and the children becomes more healthier. So you should reduce the junk food consumption also, and in the government level, in community level, and policy level, and system also, the community policy, the policy already Leela Bikram Thapa sir mentioned that the policy should be formulated as according to the nutrition sensitive issues. Which food is nutritious? Now, eating green vegetable is healthy, healthy, healthy. That policy is formulated, implemented. The strategies and policies implemented, and awareness program is also given. But the sad thing is that even mustard leaves, which is our Nepali regular food, very cheap food, that is highly used with a chemical fertilizer. So this should be controlled. And from the government level, junk food regulation should be also formulated, and it should be controlled. And another thing, from the government level, they should encourage the food fortification to the food producer. Food fortification in our country, only the rice, that is also in the big rice mill only done. Small mill, in small mill area, there is no fortification in the rice. And already it has been written that the oil fortification is mandatory in our Nepal, but till the date, there is no fortification but adulteration. So now, this is the major food item everybody consumes in our household. So major food vehicle which is consumed every day in our Nepali society, it should be fortified with a nutrient rich, then only the people can get a nutritious food, and this is how we can change our nutritional habit and food intake pattern.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Manasa. So Hele, I will come to you. So Pawanji also mentioned, reflected on out-migration and the declining agro-biodiversity in the production system. He mentioned about diversity in production. So because of climate change and socio-economic changes like out-migration, if we see the data, around 40% households have at least one out-migrant who they have sent to other areas of Nepal or out of Nepal. And because of that, there are several case studies. It may not be representative data. Around 16 to 70% agricultural cultivable land is being abundant or underutilized. This is a big challenge. Another challenge, because of climate change, agroecological conditions are changing, cropping belts are moving upward, and lower belts are having more incidences of pests and other diseases. There are a lot of challenges. To address these challenges, particularly climate change challenges and of course socio-economic challenge, let's take example of out-migration. What actions we can take? We cannot ignore these whenever we talk about nutrition. Over to you.
Thank you, Abid. I think I'll try to be very brief because I take it we're running out of time. So exactly like you just mentioned, we talk about feminization of agriculture because much of the working age men are migrating in search of employment opportunities and whatnot. So one of the things as WFP in support of the government we are doing is promoting what we call the homegrown school feeding program. As we know, the government has a school feeding program which benefits more than 3 million children. And this is spread across all the 753 palikas. And as what Mr. Pawan was mentioning, we're trying to promote locally produced products and try to create linkage between smallholder farmers, mainly women smallholder farmers, and the schools. So the schools will be a predictable market for the smallholder farmers. And we also support the smallholder farmers to produce what is being demanded by the schools. So there is kind of a win-win between the schools and the smallholder farmers, not only individually, but through organizing them into cooperatives. And the government allocates 15 rupees, 20 rupees per child per day, and that's a available resource. So if you encourage the farmers, smallholder farmers, to produce more, they know that they have a predictable market, and they will be encouraged to produce more. And we also help them by promoting technologies which are climate smart, nutrition smart, and also producing nutrient-dense commodities. And as Professor was mentioning, also trying to avoid what she was mentioning as junk foods, so that this will be locally produced, environmentally friendly, and also something that can be done with kind of relatively less labor, and something that can be done in the local communities. So we are trying to approach it from a food systems point of view, from production up to reduction of post-harvest loss, as was being presented in the video. So that's one thing that we are trying currently in 100 local governments, and then our aim is to scale it up to 250 local governments, and then depending on the resources and the capacity that we have, we plan to bring this to scale, so that promotion of nutrient dense and climate smart agriculture is scaled up across the nation. The second thing, as Professor was mentioning, since 2023, early 2023, we are supporting the government of Nepal in large-scale food fortification. So we're starting with rice fortification, where we help the government produce fortified rice and then make it available in the remote locations of Karnali, so that if you have fortified rice, which is blended with up to 10 micronutrients, and also you make it affordable, perhaps as sort of equal in price compared to ordinary rice and fortified rice, and then also make it available the whole year round, households will be encouraged to consume it and then address their micronutrient deficiencies. So these are some of the market-based solutions that we are trying to support the government, and the government has also already included it in the 16th plan and some of the sectoral plans to scale it up to nationwide. So, and then this is where also you see the private sector. I don't think FMTCL or the government has all the capacity to make fortified rice available across the nation, and there needs to be a conducive policy environment and some incentives for the private sector to play their role, so that fortified rice and other commodities, not only rice, but vegetable oil and other commodities, are fortified and be available across the nation, including in supermarkets. So this is what I...
Thank you so much, Hele. So, Leela Bikramji, in couple of points, bullet points, so what 2 priority actions we can take to ensure diverse food supply in overall food systems of Nepal, to ensure diversity of food in supply chain? 2 steps, 2 actions, which can be those?
Thank you very much. यो जस्तो हामीले चाहिँ खाद्यान्नको स्थिर आपूर्तिको सुनिश्चित गर्न र यो आवश्यक बजारमुखी कदमको 2 स्टेप भन्नु, जस्तो एउटा त कृषकलाई व्यावसायिक बनाउने कुराहरू छ, जस्तो आधुनिक कृषिको अभ्यास बजारसँग यसलाई जोड्ने कुराहरू भने, अर्को मैले के भन्न चाहिँ कृषिको पूर्वाधार विस्तारहरू, सडक, भण्डारण, चिस्यान केन्द्र, ढुवानीको हामीले थाहा पाउँछौँ, कहिले कहिले उत्पादन भएको छ खेर गयो भनेर सडकमा जुन विभिन्न कुरा त्यो चाहिँ अर्को छ। अब अर्को एउटा नक्करी नहुने कुरा चाहिँ सहकारी र निजी क्षेत्रको सहभागिता, जुन अहिले हाम्रो गोल्यान सरले भन्नुभएको थियो, कृषि व्यापार सहकारी संस्था र निजी कम्पनीको भूमिका बढाउने। जस्तो अहिले पनि हामीले जस्तो फर्टिफाइड के अरे फ्लोरहरू चाहिँ बच्चाहरू, गर्भवती महिला र प्रदेश सबै बाँडेको छ। सुपर सिरियल प्लस भनेर पनि हामीले खाने उद्देश्य छौँ। हामीले केमा अहिले जोड दिएको छौँ, सकेसम्म इन कन्ट्रीमै त्यसलाई चाहिँ बनाउन सक्यो भने कस्ट इफेक्टिभ पनि हुन्छ र यहीँको लोकली उत्पादन भएको चिजलाई पनि यो गर्छ भन्ने कुराहरू छ। र यो भन्दै गर्दाखेरि म थोरै एउटा कुराहरू जोडेँ। जस्तो अहिले अब बजेटहरू पारित भइसक्यो, यो शिक्षा मन्त्रालयले पनि 15 रुपियाँको उसमा चाहिँ यो वर्ष पर चाइल्ड पर डे 25 रुपिज पैसा चाहिँ मिड डे मिललाई छुट्याएको छ। अब आइसक्यो, अब सायद यो त्यसरी आयो होला। हामीले त्यो एउटा ठुलो हाई लेभलको मिटिङमा त्यो कुरा यहाँ जोड्न चाह्यौँ। जस्तो अहिले पनि यो कम्प्लिमेन्ट्री फिडिङको गाइडलाइनहरू बनाएको छ WFPको सपोर्टमा। यो DFTQCद्वारा चाहिँ एउटा गाइडलाइन 6 देखि 23 महिनाका बालबालिकालाई के खुवाउने त्यो छ। त्यसको एकदमै व्यापक प्रचार प्रसार भएको छैन, त्यो हामी प्रचार प्रसार गर्न जाँदैछौँ। र अर्को अब ट्रान्सफ्याटको ट्रान्सफ्याट चाहिँ कति हुने भनेर पनि WHO को सपोर्टमा मापदण्ड बनाएको छ कृषि मन्त्रालयले। त्यसले पनि केही न केही हामीलाई अहिले कुराहरू गर्छ। र हामी अहिले WFPकै सपोर्टमा विद्यालय स्वास्थ्य र पोषणको रणनीति शिक्षा मन्त्रालय स्वास्थ्य मन्त्रालय बिचमा बनाउँदैछौँ। करिब कम्प्लिट भइसक्यो। त्यो रणनीति पनि क्याबिनेटबाट पास गरेपछि त्यसले पनि हाम्रा विभिन्न तहमा कसको रोलहरू के हुने र केही विभिन्न तहमा कसरी जाने भनेर यसले पनि केही न केही गाइडेन्स गर्छ। र अब अर्को स्कुल करिकुलम, अहिले जुन मैले स्कुललाई हामी किन फोकस गर्दैछौँ भनेर हाम्रो प्रधानमन्त्रीदेखि लिएर विभिन्न हाई लेभलकोले इन्टरनेसनल कन्फरेन्सहरूमा पनि उहाँहरूले कमिटमेन्ट गर्नुभएको अवस्था छ। अहिले जस्तो यहाँले चिन्नुहुन्छ होला डाक्टर भीमसेन देवकोटा कृषिको विज्ञ के अरे शिक्षाको विज्ञ हो। उहाँहरूले 3 ग्रेड टु 12 ग्रेडसम्मको स्कुलको करिकुलममा स्वास्थ्यका हेल्थका सब्जेक्टहरू हेल्थको कन्टेन्टहरूलाई त्यहाँ इन्कर्पोरेट गरेर विद्यालयदेखि नै किशोर किशोरीहरूलाई नै त्यो चिजहरू यदि हामीले गर्न सक्यौँ भने राम्रो हुन्छ भनेर यसरी गर्दै गरेको अवस्था। र अहिले भर्खर अब हाइलेले पनि भने राइस फर्टिफिकेसनको मापदण्डहरू तोकेको छ। नेसनल राइस फर्टिफिकेसनको चाहिँ गाइडलाइन पनि कृषि मन्त्रालयको यो मातहतमा बन्दैछ, जहाँ कि म पनि एउटा मेम्बर छु। त्यो पनि अब फाइनल हुँदैछ, जसले गर्दा के गर्छ त हामीलाई पनि यो जुन पब्लिक यो प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिपको कुरालाई पनि अलिकति खुला गर्छ। र भोलिका दिनमा हामीले यो यसलाई अझै व्यापकता यो जस्तो अब महिला बालबालिका र किशोर किशोरीहरूको पोषणको अवस्थामा सुधार ल्याउनका लागि यी अहिले विभिन्न खालका नीतिहरू मापदण्डहरूले चाहिँ सहयोग गर्छ। र म अन्तमा स्वास्थ्य तथा जनसङ्ख्या मन्त्रालयको तर्फबाट हामीलाई सबै यो काम गर्नको लागि जुन सपोर्ट चाहिँ अरू निजी सङ्घ संस्था र कम्पनीहरूको सपोर्ट चाहिन्छ र हामी वी आर अलवेज वेलकमिङ टु देम, होइन, टु बिल्ड सच अ गुड इन्भाइरोमेन्ट, क्रिएट सच अ गुड इन्भाइरोमेन्ट एन्ड सच अ एन्ड अल्सो टु गेट द गुड कमेन्ट एन्ड इनपुट टु डेभलप द गाइडलाइन एन्ड पोलिसी फर द बेटरमेन्ट अफ द न्युट्रिसन। थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच।
Hello. Thank you so much, Leela Bikramji. Now we will open floor for questions from participants. So we will take around 4 questions. We have in total 10 to 12 minutes. So please, do we have? Yeah,
yes,
please.
We have exact 4 hands up. So first, second, third, and fourth, sadly a bit late. So we'll see if we can squeeze in 5 questions. But like our moderator mentioned, 4 questions. Please, your name, your organization, and just the question, please.
I'm Bonita. I lead a youth organization called Sochai. We work with women, children, and girls on nutrition. So recently on social media, I've been seeing this ad, which is promoting sugary drink as considering it as a healthy drink or nutritious drink. You know, it also claims that children will become taller, stronger, and sharper when they drink it. So I wanted to ask, as private sector and also government, academia, and CSO, how can we ensure that, you know, social media marketing or any other marketing is responsible, it's evidence-based, so that there's looming risk of NCD already, and we're also fighting with undernutrition and micronutrient deficiency. So what is the commitment from all the multi-sectoral stakeholders present here to prevent this from happening? Thank you.
Let's take a couple of more questions, and then we will ask our panel students.
If you could also specifically ask maybe who you want your question to be answered.
Yes, sure. Thank you. My name is Ranjan Shrestha. I am from SNB. But unfortunately, I don't have much experience in Nepal, but because recently I am leading a nutrition project in Laos. And then we did one study on consumption of junk food by children under 5. Then amazingly what we found is every day parents spend some money to buy junk food. But now we are going around, and I think the discussions here is more focused on production. But the thing is, how do we compete with this multinational junk food? They spend a lot of money on research and development, marketing, distribution, everything. My question to the government partner is, can government take a bold step to discourage import of this junk food, distribution and marketing? Like in Chile, they have provided sticker system. If you get 3 stickers, you cannot advertise this junk food. They have this kind of policies, very strong policies. That's why my question is, does Nepalese government has that kind of capacity to take a bold step to discourage import of these junk foods? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we move on? Can we have the microphone passed to the other table, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Deepak Thap. I'm the Executive Director for NTAC, an organization working on nutrition for the last 29 years. And I'm also the chairperson for CISA. My question is especially to the Mr. Golan. He put every single thought in a very lucid way and all. I have 2 connected questions. First one is, you said the prevention is better than cure. That is, we establish fact and all that. But your organization, Mato, they are, when I go to the market, especially in Bhatbhatini and all that, I can see that organization logo. That means you have a lot of food item products and all that. You said so one of the prerequisites is you have to make aware of the nutrition value that particular food item has. Have you done those kind of large scale advertisement like SBC's IC Metal or not? And connected to that, since you are an organization, you have corporate social responsibility, facility and all that. Have you spent any money under that rather than paying tax to the government? You have used money for that purpose or not? The second question is about fortification and all that. Fortification, like Leela said, just on the way to, we are getting that and all that. WP and the government of Nepal is working very hard because one of the staff leading that from WFP, KP Lamsal, is he was with us before. That's why we are updated that way and all that. So in Mato, food item products, what are the food item products? Which are the vehicles that you use? Because Nepal now cannot go for food-based approach. Thank you very much.
And I think our last question.
Thank you very much. It's my privilege to be here. It's not my question, it's just my queries. Okay. So coming to the thematic area, market driven. Market means is the place where agro products, any products are sold there. Okay. And according to the customer demand and driven. Market demand and driven is one of the intervention program in order to make the product more available, based on affordable and for the market susceptible. Here, my queries, ma'am, Mansar ma'am, I heard multiple times junk food in Nepal. Is any food junk? Can be junk, but I think there is no any food that is junk. But our eating habit can be junk. Okay, so how, according to the WHO, junk food is that food which contains more sodium, which contains incomplete nutrients, and that gives more energy. That food can be junk. But we blame, the noodles is a junk food, and Lay's is a junk food. This is not true. Food can never be junk. If I eat, instant noodles, incorporating cereals, legumes, and other food, that will be balanced. So food can never be junk food. If it is blamed as a junk, please justify it. And another questions, not questions, curious to go answer. Nowadays, hundreds, thousands of the food products are being available in the market based on the consumer demand. So most of the traders, they are making money. I would say whether this word is correct or not, they are cheating the customer in the name of the organic or the conventional food. How do we know whether this food is organic or the conventional food? Is there any science-based evidence to prove this food is a conventional or the organic? Please clarify it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we have a slight time constraint, so requesting our moderator to please.
Maybe we can start with Professor Manasa. There are two questions on junk foods. First one is on, maybe we can, because they are very related. Junk food versus safe foods, how we can distinguish. There is of course trade-off. Yes, safe food and junk food. Another is on the nature and the definition of junk food. How we can claim that this food is junk food and another food is safe food. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for very burning issues of Nepali context, junk food. Now, even myself, I define the food is not junk. Junk means the thing, the khanekura tyo ho jo chai we are going to throw in our dustbin. That is junk. Because the food never becomes junk. The food is made junk by the eating habits of the individual. Listen. Now, I haven't mentioned noodles, junk food, that momo, junk food, pizza, junk food. No. Because it contains different food item included, and only the thing is that the making process is different for the momo, for the pizza, for noodles and everything. And now, if for example, I will speak in if one person, suppose if one person eats one thing regularly, includes that food in his diet or in her diet regularly in a fixed pattern, like recently there is in market there is a biscuit which is sugar free. It is written sugar free. But the diabetic people says, oh, it is sugar free, so I can eat I can as much as I like, I can. So in the morning tea also they eat 170-gram biscuit. In afternoon also as a snacks they eat 70-gram biscuit and tea. Now this schedule is regular for his lifestyle. Now this is the junk food, and this is not a sugar-free biscuit, because the only added sugar is not included by the in the industry, but the sugar comes from that refined flour itself. So,
Professor, may I request you to wrap up very quickly?
Okay. So junk food is never junk. For noodles, for example, noodle is junk food. No way. If you make the noodles, mix with the food with the different vegetable, legumes, egg, and whatever you eat, that is a healthy food. Because the people are surviving in China and Japan with eating the noodles. So it is not junk food. Junk food is definition is only, it is defined as it contains high level of the sugar, more salt. WHO has defined only the 5 to 6 gram per day for one person to consume salt, but it is added salt is more oil and more sugar. So that is junk, and if you eat that type of the food regularly every day, so that becomes a junk.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Now Leela Bikramji. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So one question was on advertisement of food. Sometimes food may not be that healthy and they are being advertised as healthy food. Another point on how we can distinguish Sometimes foods are being claimed as organic, but they may not be organic. What measures we can take very briefly? Yeah.
Thank you very much for your question. म दुवैजना हाम्रो सहभागीको दुवैजना सहभागीको प्रश्न उस्तै छ र म भर्खरै मनसा म्यामकोलाई पनि गर्छु। म जस्तो जङ्क फुड यो पब्लिक हेल्थको स्टुडेन्ट हो, मेरो मेन अब सब्जेक्ट चाहिँ न्युट्रिसन भएको कारणले पनि धेरै वर्ष अब यो के हो भने जङ्क फुडको डेफिनेसन यो विषयान्तर भयो, विषयलाई विभिन्न किसिमले आयो। यो भर्खरै भने जस्तो हाई फ्याट, हाई सुगर र हाई सल्ट यसलाई चाहिँ यो खानु हुँदैन, एभोइड गर्ने भन्ने कुरा एउटा हेल्थको पोइन्ट अफ भ्यूले। त्यसले गर्दा यसलाई अब यही चिजलाई गर्नको लागि अहिले हामीले एउटा के प्रोसेसमा छ भने फुड बेस्ड डाइटरी गाइडलाइन चाहिँ हाम्रै नेतृत्वमा, पोषण शाखाकै नेतृत्वमा हामीले यो उसमा चाहिँ WFPकै सपोर्टमा हामी एउटा बनाउँदैछौँ, एउटा प्रोसेसमा छ। त्यसपछि हामी यी चिजलाई पनि अलिकति यो चिज पनि के हो, यसको चाहिँ क्लियर डेफिनेसनदेखि लिएर धेरै कुराहरू आउँछन्। यो मैले यहाँलाई यो निवेदन गरेँ। र नेपाल सरकारले जस्तो उहाँले अहिले ठ्याक्कै राम्रो प्रश्न गर्नुभएको थियो, जङ्क फुडको बारेमा कन्ट्रोल गर्ने कुराहरू मैले अहिले पनि करिकुलममा यो कोर्सहरू राख्नेका कुराहरू गरेँ। विद्यालय स्कुल बेसमा चाहिँ एजुकेसनहरू दिँदा पनि हामीले कुनै चिज यो हो होइन भनेर एकदमै त्यो के अरे ओभर कन्ट्रोल अथवा ओभर गर्नुभन्दा पनि कसरी हुन्छ पोजिटिभ चाहिँ यो के अरे पोजिटिभ सेन्ट्रिक भाइबहरूलाई बिस्तारै कम गर्दै गर्दै चाहिँ लिएर जाने हो। र यो खानेकुराहरूलाई कसरी बढी हाइली इनरिच बनाउन सकिन्छ होइन, धेरै मिक्स कति चिजहरू हामीले कसरी खान सकिन्छ भन्ने यस्ता कुराहरू र अब पब्लिकदेखि लिएर करिकुलम, विभिन्न मेडिकल करिकुलम, स्कुल करिकुलमदेखि लिएर अरू चिजमा पनि यसलाई बिस्तारै लाँदै यो लगेर यी चिजहरूलाई कम गर्ने र नसर्ने रोग एनसिडीको जुन इन्क्रिजिङ ट्रेन्डहरू छ होइन, बालबालिकाको अहिले पनि सुरुमा कुरा आएको थियो, क्यान्सर, मालन्युट्रिसन, अरू विभिन्न हार्ट डिजिजहरू, एक चिजलाई कम गर्नको लागि चाहिँ बजारको हामीले मार्केटका कुराहरू पनि छ र यो के भन्छ सार्वजनिक र निजी सङ्घ संस्थाहरूसँग मिलेर काम गर्नुपर्ने कुरा छ। किनभने एलोन उहाँहरूले भन्दा पनि सरकारसँग सरकारका नीति नियमहरू पालना गर्नुपर्ने कुराहरू छ। एडभर्टिजमेन्टको कुरा थियो, नीति नियम पालना नगर्ने कुराहरू भए होइन। अब त्यसलाई विभिन्न प्लेटफर्ममा हामीले एउटा चाहिँ उत्पादनका कुरा, कृषिका कुरा भए, अर्को चाहिँ डाइरेक्टली इन्डाइरेक्टली हेल्थ हाजार्ड हुने चिजहरूलाई मिनिमाइज गर्दै गएर अनि बिस्तारै यसलाई कम गर्ने र हेल्थ हाजार्डलाई कम चाहिँ गर्नका लागि हामीले विभिन्न खालका स्ट्राटेजिकल्ली विभिन्न नीतिहरू हामीले अपनाएका छौँ। हस्, धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. My last question, I will cut short that question. So what is your opinion on social corporate responsibility? So on the reinvestment of some part of income from private sector for more on awareness on nutrition and also on the capacity building of institutions. Over to you.
I think he asked about Mato, what we are doing exactly. That also I'll say. We have two brands. One is Mato and one is Ashapuri. Ashapuri is fully certified organic. I spoke in the beginning about the person who got cancer. His name is Prem Lama. He's doing it for last 22 years. And now we are, collaborate together under same umbrella. So this is certified organic by USDA, JAS, Canada and EU. All countries have certified this brand, and there are products certified, not the brand certified. So we have vegetables, we have all the other item which is certified by Ceres, German certification. Mato is organically grown. We aggregate most of it, especially with the communities and also from the mid-hill and uphill. So these are the products which is like available. And on the social responsibility and awareness campaign, we are doing our bit. So we need to collaborate with organizations like yours and everyone, CARE and IDE and as well as Ministry of Health. We need to do that. Definitely we are ready to help and ready to give the information inputs what is our knowledge. Definitely today the biggest killer in the world is diabetes. Not cancer, not anything else. I mean, we are talking about cancer, cancer, cancer. by smoking and by drinking, but we are not talking about diabetes. So whichever food is creating more problem in the children with eating regularly habit for them, which is vulnerable for them eating those foods, are junk food for me. So definitely our social responsibility as a private sector and also all of us is to give the awareness what is good for eating, and we are doing that. From our, if you see our social media platform, we are showing what are gluten-free products which can be eat every day. Instead of eating wheat, you can eat, glycemic index is low. As I told in the beginning, cassava is a flour which is very good, high in nutrient, very digestive and very good for gut health. And similarly, all these raw jackfruit and banana, these are used for rotis and everything, bread, healthy, everything. I mean, for the, small babies also. So these are the food which is required. So we are producing it in mass in Tarai. These are the Tarai grown food. It's not that we are not doing in Tarai. So this is what we are doing, and there are a lot of product we are doing, and we are trying to promote them. Change the habit of the food eating for Nepalese people. What is grown in Nepal, what Mother Nature has given us, is best for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pavanji, and all the panelists. It has been privileged to moderate this session. Because time is very short, very key points in the form of bullets, I will just elaborate as key messages. First one is responsibly produced food is important for health and nutrition to prevent the health hazards like cancer, diabetes, and all that came very strongly. Another, it's a combination of factors, not only economic factors. The combination of factors means social factors, cultural factors, and knowledge. All are important to ensure nutrition security at household level, at macro level, particularly for children and women. So all stakeholders have responsibility. It's not the responsibility of government. Holistic approach is required. Enabling factor from government, particularly in policy and implementation mechanisms, and role of private sector is more on value chains and value addition plus distribution, and development organization role is more supporting, providing the technical support and capacity backstopping to government and other institutions. Then at household level, diversity and awareness is very important. Awareness at schools, at education institutions, the role of integrating nutrition-related curriculum in the school content, in university content is very important to raise the awareness. So one message is very clear that not only the supply side of food, demand is important. Behavior aspects, awareness of public, that will actually pull demand side. We should not be only focusing on push side. Balance is important. Whenever public will have awareness on the nutritious food, of course, it will create demand by itself. Climate and migration are very important factors. Behavior change is important, particularly in the rising rate of out-migration. We need to sensitize people to work in agriculture, to ensure diversity in production system, and ensuring onward diversity in the dietary patterns also. So one point is very important, that safe, nutrition-rich and quality food is very, very important at all levels, particularly at household level, to ensure nutrition security. Plus behavior change at household level. The role of women and mothers are very important for behavior change within families. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for inviting me to moderate this session.
Thank you very much to our moderator for beautifully summing up the main points of this thematic session 1. I would like to request Ms. Casey to kindly join us onto the stage to present this token of appreciation to all our distinguished panelists as well as to our moderator who discussed on market-driven solutions for mother and child health access to better nutrition. धेरै कुराहरु उहाँले अगाडि सार्नु भयो र फ्लोरबाट पनि केही गहन प्रश्नहरु अवश्य पनि उठेको छ। त्यसका लागि पनि यहाँलाई हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौं। We'd like to thank our moderator for this session, Dr. Abid Hussain, Economics Lead at Isimod. Thank you very much for beautifully moderating the session. सँगसँगै हामी लीला विक्रम थापाज्यूलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौं। उहाँले आफ्ना कुराहरू राखिदिनु भयो, त्यसका लागि पनि हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद उहाँप्रति व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छौं। यसैगरी म डाक्टर मानसा थापा ठकुरासीज्यूलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्दछु। We'd also like to thank Mr. Avera. Thank you very much for your remarks and would like to present him with this token of appreciation as well. And we'd also like to thank Mr. Pawan Golyan for his presence and participation in this session and sharing what Golyan Agro is doing in the field of nutrition and access. We'd like to take a group picture. Yes, requesting everyone to maybe step forward a little bit. अलिकति अगाडि आइदिनु हुनको लागि म यहाँहरु सम्पूर्णलाई हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु. And with this group photograph, distinguished guests, we wrap up our first session here at the Nutrition and Market Nexus Summit. We will move forward to one more remarks before we break for a short networking and tea break as well, and hoping that everybody stays with us till then. The next 10 minutes, requesting everyone to kindly be with us. र अब म हाम्रा अर्का वक्तालाई निम्त्याउन चाहन्छु मञ्चमा. शी इज मिस नन्दा परियार, न्युट्रिसन सेल्स एजेन्ट. उहाँ एकदमै इन्स्पिरेसनल कम्युनिटी लिडर हुनुहुन्छ जसले प्लान जेटिए ट्रेनिङ कम्प्लिट गर्नुभयो 2074 विक्रम सम्मतमा र 6 महिनाको अन द जब ट्रेनिङ आवाज अर्गनाइजेसनबाट गरिसके पश्चात अहिले उहाँ विभिन्न अर्गनाइजेसनमा विभिन्न तहमा कार्यरत पनि हुनुहुन्छ. एज द सेक्रेटरी अफ द टोल विकास संस्था उहाँ चाहिँ स्कुल पेरेन्ट्स एसोसिएसनको मेम्बर पनि हुनुहुन्छ र कम्युनिटी बेस्ड फेसिलिटेटरको रूपमा पनि काम गरिराख्नु भएको छ. र रिसेन्टली पनि पोल्ट्री इनिसिएटिभ प्रोग्राम श्रीनगर एग्रो इन्डस्ट्रिजले गरेको पोल्ट्री इनिसिएटिभ प्रोग्राममा पनि उहाँ आबद्ध हुनुहुन्छ. आइडीले दिने विभिन्न ट्रेनिङहरूमा पनि उहाँले भाग लिएर आफूलाई सक्षम बनाएर अहिले 5 वटा हाउस होल्ड मेम्बर ग्रुप्सलाई फार्मिङ एडभाइस दिनुहुन्छ र उहाँले चाहिँ सीड लिएर विभिन्न टुल प्रोवाइड गर्नुहुन्छ उहाँलाई. त्यसमा पनि सहजकर्ताको भूमिका निभाउनु भएको छ. सो आइड लाइक टु रिक्वेस्ट ऑल आवर डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट टु काइन्डली वेलकम मिस नन्दा परियार अन टु द स्टेज. उहाँलाई जोरदार तालीले मञ्चमा स्वागत गरिदिनु हुनका लागि म यहाँहरु सम्पूर्णलाई हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु.
सबैजनालाई मेरो खुसीले नमस्कार. म नन्दा परियार, बराताल 5 बडी चौर सुर्खेत मेरो घर. मेरो पारिवारिक अवस्था भन्नुपर्दाखेरि मैले कक्षा 1 देखि 10 कक्षासम्म बडी चौर श्री चन्द्रज्योति मावि बडी चौर स्कुलबाट पढेको. एसएलसी पास गरे लगतै मैले कृषि जेटिए त्यही बडी चौर मावि स्कुलमै पढेर पढ्दा पढ्दै मेरो बिए भयो र अनि त्यसपछि फेरि पढाइलाई त निरन्तरता दिए. त्यसपछि मैले मेरो परिवारमा चाहिँ मेरो श्रीमान, मेरो 2 वटा छोरी र म 4 जना सदस्य छौँ. अनि मैले पढाइ लगतै मैले केही पनि काम गरेको थिइनँ, यतिकै बसेको थिएँ. यतिकै बस्दाखेरि अनि यो पोषण परियोजना अन्तर्गत पोषण सहजकर्ताको काम गर्ने मौका पाएँ. यो काम गर्ने मौका पाउँदाखेरि मैले 2 वटा तालिम लिएँ. कृषि अभिमुखीकरण र बिक्री कला सम्बन्धीको 2टा तालिम गरिसकेपछि मैले हाम्रो बडीचौरमै रहेको किसान एग्रोवेटसँग समन्वय गरेर बडीचौरमै रहेको 5 वटा कृषि स्वास्थ्य महिला आमा समूहहरूमा 129 जना सदस्यहरूलाई घर घरमा गएर उहाँहरूसँग कृषि सामग्री, कृषि बिउ बिजन, कृषि प्रविधिका सामग्रीहरू, कृषि टुल्सहरू अनि आइपिएमका टुल्सहरू, कृषिका बिउ बिजनहरूका मागहरू सङ्कलन गरेर एग्रोभेटसँग ल्याउने र एग्रोभेटबाट फेरि उहाँहरूको माग अनुसारको सामग्रीहरू उहाँहरूको घर दैलोमा पुर्याएर उहाँहरूलाई सेवा दिने काम गरेँ. त्यसको लगतै मैले उहाँहरूलाई त्यो बिउ बिजनहरू कसरी लगाउने भन्ने कुरामा टेक्निकली रूपमा पनि सपोर्ट गर्ने गरेँ. अहिले उहाँहरूलाई एकदमै सजिलो भइरहेको छ. अब बिउ बिजन लिनको लागि एग्रोभेटसम्म पनि आउनु परेन. यसले उहाँहरूलाई एकदमै सजिलो भएको छ। उहाँहरूले पहिला अब यति धेरै तरकारीहरू लगाउनु हुन्थेन, एउटा मात्रै तरकारी लगाएपछि अनि त्यही तरकारी भए हुन्छ। खानामा पनि हरेक बार खाना चार भन्ने कुरा थाहा थिएन त्यतिखेर, एउटा मात्रै खाना खाने, दाल खाने अनि भात खाने, त्यति भए पुगिहाल्छ नि, धेरै तरकारीहरू किन पकाउनु पर्यो र भन्ने खालको कुरा थियो हाम्रो गाउँमा। भनेपछि अहिले हाम्रो यो पोषण परियोजना आएपछि हरेक बार खाना चार गर्नुपर्छ है भनेर हामीले यो अनुसार उहाँहरूलाई कम्तीमा पनि 7 थरीको तरकारी अनिवार्य लगाएको हुनुपर्छ प्रत्येक सदस्यले भनेर उहाँहरूको घरमा पोषण बगैँचा बनाएर अनिवार्य 7 थरका तरकारीहरू लगाउन सिकायौँ र त्यो अनुसार खान सिकायौँ। अहिले उहाँहरूले दैनिक रूपमा हरेक बार खाना चारको तरिकाले खान सिक्नुभएको छ। पहिला हामीले यो चुकुन्दर कुरिलो भन्ने चिज थाहा पाएकै थिएनौँ, हामी त गाउँको मान्छे नि त, यो कुरा हामीलाई थाहा थिएन। अहिले हामीले चुकुन्दर लगाउनु पर्दो रहेछ है, प्रत्येकजनाले सदस्यले चुकुन्दरमा धेरै भिटामिन पाइने रहेछ, यो खानु पर्दो रहेछ भन्ने कुरा थाहा भयो। कुरिलो भन्ने चिज त हामीलाई झन् थाहै थिएन, जङ्गलमा हुने यो त जरा मात्रै हो, जडीबुटीको मात्रै काम गर्छ भन्ने थियो। अहिले हामीले अब यो पोषण परियोजना आएपछि कुरिलो पनि घरमा लगाउनुपर्छ र यसको पनि तरकारी खानुपर्छ, यसमा पनि भिटामिन पाइन्छ भनेर हामीले कुरिलो पनि लगाउन थाल्यौँ। यो काम गरेपछि मलाई अहिले यो पोषण सहजकर्ताको काम गरेपछि मलाई अहिले टोल विकासमा पनि टोल विकासको समिति भएर काम गरिरहेको छु, विद्यालय व्यवस्थापन समितिमा पनि मैले काम गरिरहेको छु। अहिले मलाई अब गाउँमा पहिला अब फलानु नन्दा भनेर चिन्नुहुन्थ्यो भने अहिले पोषण सहजकर्ता म्याम भन्नुहुन्छ, सबैजनाले म्याम आउनुभयो, म्याम यो कुरा सिकाइदिनु पर्यो, हामीलाई यो कुरा जानेन म्याम, यो गरिदिनु पर्यो भनेर उहाँहरूले फोन गरेर सोध्नुहुन्छ, बाटोमा भेट हुँदाखेरि सोध्नुहुन्छ। मलाई धेरै खुसी लाग्छ यस्तो गर्दाखेरि होइन। पहिला अब फलानु नन्दा त हो यो भन्ने हुन्थ्यो नि, अहिले अब म्याम भन्नुहुन्छ कि उहाँहरूले, त्यसमा पनि मलाई गर्व लागिरहेको छ। अनि अब यो सेवा दिँदै गर्दाखेरि मलाई अब उहाँहरूको 129 जना सदस्यहरूलाई सेवा दिँदै गर्दाखेरि मलाई अहिले आम्दानी पनि भइरहेको छ। अब दुईवटा बच्चालाई पढाउनको लागि मलाई यहीबाट आम्दानी गरेर मैले बच्चाको फी तिर्ने अनि आफूलाई आवश्यकता परेका सामग्रीहरू खरिद गर्ने, अब श्रीमानको कमाइको आश गर्न नपर्ने अवस्थामा म सक्षम हुन सकेको छु अहिले। अनि म अब यसको लागि म आइडीलाई, बी ग्रुपलाई, मलाई उहाँ वीरेन्द्रनगर सुर्खेतदेखि यहाँ काठमाडौँसम्म ल्याएर आफ्नो कुराहरू राख्न दिनुभएकोमा उहाँहरूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिँदै बिदा हुन चाहन्छु। हस्त नमस्कार।
नन्दा म्याडमलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद, उहाँले आफ्नो कुराहरू राखेर जानुभयो। आई होप द्याट द ट्रान्सलेसन वाज गुड, द्याट अल आवर डिस्टिङ्ग्विस्ड गेस्ट अल्सो गट टु लर्न द्याट इट्स लिडर्स लाइक हर द्याट शो अस द्याट वेन वी वर्क ह्यान्ड इन ह्यान्ड विथ द पिपल वी क्यान ट्रुली क्रिएट इम्प्याक्ट द्याट इज नट ओन्ली डिप बट अल्सो ट्रुली लास्टिङ। र नन्दाजीलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद, उहाँले समुदायमा पोषण सम्बन्धी जुन जानकारीहरू फैलाइराख्नु भएको छ, मानिसहरूलाई सचेत बनाइराख्नु भएको छ र पोषणलाई व्यवहारमा उतार्नका लागि जुन ग्राउन्ड लेभल काम गरिराख्नु भएको छ त्यसको लागि उहाँप्रति हामी पनि धेरै धेरै आभार व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छौँ र उहाँलाई पनि हामी सम्मान गर्न चाहन्छौँ। उहाँलाई अगाडि आइदिनु हुनको लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। एन्ड टु प्रेजेन्ट अ टोकन अफ एप्रिसिएसन टु हर, I'd like to request Ms. Sharon Eubank to kindly join us onto the stage as well, or right in front of the stage. नन्दा परियारज्यूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद पुनः एकपटक यहाँसम्म आएर आफ्नो कर्मको कथा हामीलाई सुनाइदिनु भएकोमा धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। उहाँलाई हामी यो मायाको चिनो प्रदान गर्दैछौँ। A big round of applause, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for Ms. Nanda Pariyar, a nutrition sales agent. धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद र यहाँहरूलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। आजको कार्यक्रमको यो पहिलो हाफसम्म हामीलाई साथ दिइराख्नु भएकोमा हामीले एउटा प्यानल डिस्कसन सकाइसक्यौँ। अब यस पश्चात हामीसँग 2वटा प्यानल डिस्कसनहरू अझै नै बाँकी छ, तर अहिलेको लागि भने हामी 10 मिनटको छोटो ब्रेक लिन्छौँ। यहाँहरूलाई बाहिर चिया कफीको व्यवस्था पनि हामीले गरेका छौँ र यही मौकामा चौका हान्दै तपाईँहरू यदि बाहिर रहेको मार्केट हेर्न चाहनुहुन्छ भने पनि दिस इज द राइट अपर्च्युनिटी फर यु टु quickly have a look around the market. But please, I request all of you to be back by 12:10 if it's not too much. 12:10 सम्ममा यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई यहाँ आइदिनका लागि म पुनः एकपटक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु so that we can start with our second panel discussion as well. Thank you very much, distinguished guests. Please head outside to grab a warm cup of tea and coffee. Thank you very much.
eGrow is a digital agri-tech platform designed to empower farmers with technology, knowledge, and access to essential agricultural services. At the heart of eGrow lies our farm management app, a smart assistant for every farmer. The dashboard is your control center. It gives a real-time overview of everything happening on your farms. Here you can access detailed profiles of every farmer registered under your area, including crop information, field sizes, and current crop stages. Registering a farmer is quick and easy. Just fill in their basic details and capture the exact farm location using GPS. Track every crop like a pro. Plan and monitor farming activities through a smart crop calendar, customized for each crop's life cycle. eGrow uses GIS-based crop health monitoring to track field conditions through satellite data and on-ground inputs. Never miss a critical update. eGrow sends real-time push and SMS alerts for weather changes, disease outbreaks, and pest infestations right to your phone. Got a pest or disease issue in your crop? Our inbuilt guide offers solutions, both biological and chemical, tailored to specific crop diseases. But we didn't stop there. We realized that farmers need more than advice. They need market access. So we built the eGrow Marketplace, a one-stop shop where farmers can order high-quality agri-inputs like seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, tools, and equipment, all directly from their phone. With verified suppliers, fair prices, and doorstep delivery, the marketplace ensures convenience, trust, and timely access to what farmers need most. While building these solutions, we also faced a challenge. Digital tools are powerful, but not always easy for every farmer to adopt. That's why we introduced eGrow Micro Entrepreneurs, or EMEs. These are trained local agri-graduates who act as a bridge between farmers and technology. EMEs support farmers in onboarding, using the app, placing marketplace orders, and understanding digital advisory. EMEs can access detailed profiles of every farmer registered under him, her, including crop information, field sizes, and current crop stages, ensuring no farmer is left behind. To further support farmers and EMEs on the ground, we've established the eGrow Centers, local hubs that serve as one-stop points for farmer training, input distribution, and technical assistance. These centers act as the community's trusted resource, providing hands-on support, troubleshooting, and access to essential agri-products, ensuring farmers get timely help close to home. At eGrow, we're not just building an app, we're building an ecosystem, one that connects advisory, access, and human support, all for the betterment of every farmer. While the eGrow mobile app empowers farmers on the ground, our powerful web-based backend enables corporates, development partners, government agencies, and private sector players in agriculture to monitor real-time field activities, access reports, and manage programs seamlessly from their office dashboard. In the Farmer and Plot Management section, you can view all registered farmers, assign geolocations to their plots, and track the cropping status of each field, whether it's been planted, harvested, or left fallow. Reporting section. This is where you get a daily pulse of the field, including logs of completed tasks, crop-wise timelines from planting to harvest, and alerts for unharvested plots. You can filter the data by province, municipality, crop type, or even variety. The alert system lets you set automated, crop, location, and season-specific alerts for issues like pests, diseases, or extreme weather, delivered via SMS, push notifications, or email, and intelligently tailored to each user, be it farmers, JTAs, EMEs, or client organizations. Activity tracking. This section helps you monitor the daily tasks assigned to field staff. It's a simple way to ensure every planned activity is actually being carried out in the field. Deeper analysis, you can easily download detailed Excel reports and use them with your own tools to gain custom insights. For large-scale programs involving input distribution or subsidy management, eGrow offers a fully customizable marketplace tailored to your project's needs. Whether it's a government scheme, donor-funded initiative, or corporate CSR project, the platform provides end-to-end visibility, from beneficiary selection to final delivery, through a centralized dashboard. This dashboard displays real-time data on key metrics like total users onboarded, allocated subsidies, consumed amounts, and remaining balances. Clients also receive super admin access, enabling them to manage multiple projects seamlessly from a single platform. Everything is recorded and traceable, making your project transparent, accountable, and efficient. eGrow isn't just a tech solution. It's a platform that brings together farmers, field agents, and institutions in one connected ecosystem. Monitor, manage, and scale smarter, faster, and more impactfully. eGrow is a digital agri-tech platform designed to empower farmers with technology, knowledge, and access to essential agricultural services. At the heart of eGrow lies our farm management app, a smart assistant for every farmer. The dashboard is your control center. It gives a real-time overview of everything happening on your farms. Here you can access detailed profiles of every farmer registered under your
check, check. Hello, hello. हल बाहिर रहनुभएका हाम्रा सम्पूर्ण अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई पनि हलभित्र आइदिनु हुनको लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु. आई नो इट्स भेरी टेम्पटिङ आउटसाइड, धेरै चाहिने सामानहरू पनि छन् त्यो बाहिरको बजारमा, तर यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई अहिलेलाई भने यहाँ हलभित्र आइदिनका लागि म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु. म होटल स्टाफलाई पनि विनम्र अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु एकपटक बाहिर रहनुभएका हाम्रा सम्पूर्ण अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई घन्टीद्वारा सङ्केत गरिदिनु हुनका लागि कि हाम्रो भित्रको दोस्रो प्यानल डिस्कसन अब हामी सुरुवात गर्न जाँदैछौँ. त्यसै कारणले बाहिर रहनुभएका सम्पूर्ण अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई पनि पुनः एकपटक हलभित्र आइदिनका लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु. न्युट्रिसन एन्ड मार्केट नेक्सस समिटमा हामी छौँ र अब दोस्रो प्यानल डिस्कसनको सुरुवात केही क्षणमा हामी गर्ने जानकारी यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई म गराउन चाहन्छु. Namaste everyone. A very good afternoon now and welcome back after the short shopping and tea coffee break. यहाँहरु सम्पूर्णलाई पुनः एकपटक आजको यस विशेष कार्यक्रममा हामी हार्दिक स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छौं. हामी छौं न्यूट्रिसन एन्ड मार्केट नेक्सस समिटमा अनलकिङ पार्टनरशिप्स फर बेटर न्यूट्रिसन भन्ने थीमलाई लिएर हामी अगाडि बढ्दै छौं. र अब भने हाम्रो दोस्रो प्यानल डिस्कसनलाई सुरुवात गर्ने समय आइसकेको छ. In this second panel discussion, we're talking about how can we engage private sector and value chain actors in nutrition economy, the opportunities and challenges that we currently face. Yo session ma धेरै जसो हामी छलफल गर्ने छौं on how can we better engage the private sector and value chain actors to build a stronger and more inclusive nutrition economy. From farm to fork, every stage of the value chain has the potential to be nutrition sensitive, whether through production, processing, packaging, or distribution. But turning potential into impact requires more than intention. It requires capital, as we all know. It also requires innovation, partnerships, and policy support. So these sabai aspects ko barema aba yo particular second panel discussion ma हामी छलफल गर्ने छौं. I'd like to start by inviting our panelists to kindly join us onto the stage. I'd like to invite Mr. Pradyumna Pokhrel, who is the CEO of Muktinath Development Bank. With over 30 years in Nepal's banking sector, he has led institutions and also served as the president of Development Bankers Association in Nepal. धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद प्रद्युम्न सरलाई आजको यस कार्यक्रममा उपस्थित भइदिनु भएकोमा. We'd also like to invite Ms. Mausumi Shrestha to kindly join us onto the stage. She is the Honorary Consul General of Sweden and the Executive Director of Srinagar Group, where she also pioneered the one-stop solution for farmers. She's a global award-winning entrepreneur and the founder of Shri Kisan Innovation. We are very delighted to have Ms. Shrestha join us in this panel discussion. We'd also like to invite Dr. Dyutiman Chowdhury to kindly join us onto the stage. He's a scientist and Nepal representative for CIMMYT, leading Nepal Seed and Fertilizer Project. उहाँको पनि 2 दशक भन्दा बढीको experience उहाँले यहाँ लिएर आउँदै हुनुहुन्छ. Thank you very much, Dr. Chowdhury, for being with us. I'd also like to invite Dr. Jeet Bahadur Chand to kindly join us onto the stage. He's a senior agricultural engineer at the Prime Minister Agriculture Modernization Project. उहाँलाई पनि हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छौं. With a PhD in water resource engineering from Australia, he's also the president of the Nepalese Society of Agricultural Engineers and is a recognized researcher with over 18 international publications. हाम्रा प्यानलिस्ट ज्यूहरुको आसन ग्रहण भइसकेको छ र अब भने यो प्यानललाई अगाडि बढाउनका लागि म हाम्रा मोडरेटर ज्यूलाई निम्ति आउन चाहन्छु. I'd like to invite Mr. Vishnu Prasad Pathak to kindly join us onto the stage. He is the cooperative expert and value chain expert, agri-finance, microfinance मा पनि उहाँले धेरै काम गरिसक्नु भएको छ. Across Nepal and Bhutan, he has also led many institutions and is currently the chair of the Microfinance Society of Nepal. And
according to our time schedule, without losing any time, I would like to start the program, the discussion program. I think I can start. Should I start with the Pradhyumna sir? Okay. My question to the Pradhyumna sir is, what are the key financial barriers faced by SMEs in nutrition value chain, and how can banks or development institutions design effective inclusive financial products such as loans or guarantees to overcome these challenges?
First of all, thank you so much, Vishnu sir, for having me here. And also I would like to thank ITE and all the participants who are here. Very good afternoon. I'm really humbled and grateful for this opportunity. My name is Pradyumna Pokhrel. I'm the CEO of Muktinath Vikas Bank. Before I go into the query posed by Vishnu sir on major financial barriers for SMEs in Nepal, I would like to highlight some of the pertinent facts about my institution and what is the regulatory requirement in Nepal Rashtra Bank regarding the SME financing, especially in agriculture and nutrition sector. Muktinath Vikas Bank, in fact, is 18 years old institution, primarily focusing on MSME. In fact, I can see a number of audience here are Nepali, and some are from abroad. So sometime if I mix Nepali also, I think that will be okay. There are two kinds of institutions, financial institutions in Nepal. One is organization which is created in Kathmandu and later expanded to rural part of the country. One kind of financial institution is that. And second is the organizations which are created in rural part of the country, but later moved to the capital, Kathmandu. So Muktinath, in fact, belonged to the later part of category. It was established in rural part of the country. We might know about it, but why I'm trying to say this is because it has roots in rural part and where the business is dominated by MSMEs. So this is the brief outline of Muktinath Vikas Bank and the organizations or the sector which I represent, Development Bank. Basically, almost all the development banks have come from rural parts of Nepal, number one. Number two, if you see the regulations of the central bank in Nepal, we have a regulation wherein banks and financial institutions are required to invest at least 40% of their lending portfolio in productive sector. In productive sector means 15% in agriculture, 15% in SMEs, and 10% in energy. So SME financing is in fact one of the core areas of the nation, of the government, of the regulators, and also of the BFIs. For development banks, this share, 40% is in fact reduced to 20%. We are supposed to strain 20% of our loan portfolio in productive sector, including SMEs, number one. Number two, I would like to cite some stats which are very useful and eye-opening also. If you see in Nepal, the total deposit of the banks and financial institutions compared to total GDP size, it is around 118%. 118% is the deposit to GDP ratio. This is very important. But if you see the credit to GDP ratio, it is around 95%. Another interesting stats I would like to cite, that is the number of deposit accounts in Nepal stand at around 58 million, whereas our population is around 30 million. 3 crore जनसङ्ख्यामा 5 करोड 80 लाख चाहिँ खाताहरू डिपोजिटको खाताहरू छन्. Whereas this the number म तपाईलाई भन्न गइराखेको छु, it's an eye opening stats, which is हाम्रो total number of loan accounts यदि हामीले हेर्यो भने it is just 1.9 million. This is very important. Deposits number of accounts is 58 million, 5 crore 80 lakh, whereas number of loan accounts is just 1.9 million, which is 19 lakh. भनेको मतलब total deposit accounts को जम्मा 3% मात्रै account चाहिँ loan accounts छ. On the one hand, you just, I have said 95% of the GDP is contributed by the loans in Nepal. 100 रुपैयाँको GDP मा 95 रुपैयाँ कर्जा विस्तार भएको देखिन्छ. तर नम्बर अफ एकाउन्ट्स को हिसाबले हेर्ने भने जम्मा 3% मात्रै छ. यसको मतलब के भयो भन्दाखेरि धेरै जसो कर्जा धेरै कम व्यक्तिहरूलाई गएको देखियो. सो यो एमएसएमई को जुन हामीले कुरा गरिराखेका छौं, जुन उहाँहरूले पाउनुपर्ने कर्जा थियो त्यो संख्या चाहिँ धेरै कम देखिन्छ. यो तथ्याङ्कले पनि यो कुरोलाई प्रुभ गर्दो रहेछ. मैले यो कुरो देखाउन खोजे हैन. अब यसमा यो समस्या के छ त, हामीले के समस्या भोग्छौं एज अ प्र्याक्टिसनर, व्हाट आर द प्रब्लम्स वी सी. एज अ प्र्याक्टिसनर भन्दाखेरि यसलाई मैले चाहिँ अलिकति सम्झिन सजिलो हुन्छ भनेर चाहिँ साइगर भनेर एक्रोनिम बनाएको छु मैले, CIGER। सी भनेको क्यापेसिटी, सबभन्दा ठुलो प्रब्लम भनेको MSMEमा कर्जा विस्तार गर्दाखेरि एज अ प्र्याक्टिसर म भनिराखेको छु। द सेम थिङ इज अल्सो प्रुभन बाई द रिसर्च वर्क्स डन बाई सेभरल रिसर्च फेलोज, जहाँ के देखिन्छ भन्दाखेरि वान अफ द मेजर ब्यारियर्स इज द क्यापेसिटी। क्यापेसिटी इन द सेन्स ल्याक अफ नलेज, ल्याक अफ कन्फिडेन्स, ल्याक अफ त्यो बिजनेस गर्नको लागि जुन अकुमेन्ट चाहिन्छ एटलिस्ट फाइनेन्सियली, त्यो चाहिँ एकदमै कमजोर छ, नम्बर वान। अर्को जी भनेको चाहिँ हामीलाई साइजर भनेपछि एउटा हाम्रो क्यापेसिटी भइहाल्यो। अर्को चाहिँ यो जुन MSME को सेक्टर छ त्यो SME को सेक्टर चाहिँ मोस्ट अफ द MSMEs आर अनरजिस्टर्ड। हुन त 2023 मा FNCCI ले IFC सँग एउटा स्टडी क्यारी आउट गरेको थियो, जसमा के देखिएको थियो भन्दाखेरि नेपालमा टोटल नम्बर अफ रजिस्टर्ड कम्पनीज चाहिँ फर्म्स चाहिँ 1 मिलियन 10 लाखको हाराहारीमा रहेछ। टोटल नम्बर अफ रजिस्टर्ड फर्म्स इन नेपाल as on 2023, which was done by FNCCI with the help of IFC, it was 1 million, out of which about 90% over were MSMEs, excluding the larger industries. त्यसमा समस्या के भयो भन्दाखेरि उहाँहरू चाहिँ मोस्टली चाहिँ अनरजिस्टर्ड हुँदो रहेछ। सो मैले अर्को आईको प्रब्लम के भने भन्दाखेरि इन्फर्मल, दे मोस्टली दे रिप्रेजेन्ट दे हेल फ्रम, दे कम फ्रम इन्फर्मल सेक्टर्स, दे आर येट टु बी रजिस्टर्ड। यो एउटा चिज छ। तेस्रो चाहिँ MSMEsमा अर्को इस्युज भनेको चाहिँ जेन्डर इस्युज पनि छ। हामीले यदि हेऱ्यौँ भने हिजो मात्रै हाम्रो अर्थ मन्त्रालयले इकोनोमिक सर्वे रिपोर्ट निकाल्यो, जसमा यदि हामीले जेन्डर वाइज टोटल नम्बर अफ स्टाफ्स महिलाको यदि प्रतिनिधित्व हेर्ने भने इट इज बिलो 30%। सो दिस इज भेरी इन्ट्रेस्टिङ अगेन। जुन MSME चाहिँ जुन महिलाले चलाउनु पर्ने हो त्यो चाहिँ एकदमै जेन्डर चाहिँ इस्युज भएको देखियो। अर्को इस्यु चाहिँ मैले CIGER भने, अब लास्टको सेकेन्ड लास्टको भनेको चाहिँ प्रब्लम के देखियो भन्दाखेरि when we as a lender, when we go to the market and we lend, the problem is there is lack of proper ecosystem. Ecosystem in the sense, generally MSMEs, especially in nutrition and agriculture, they require not only financial services, they also require non-financial services. Non-financial services in the sense, they require inputs, they require ideas. When they produce their agro products, they require market. त्यो पनि इस्यु देखियो। सो इकोसिस्टमको कुरो गर्नु पर्दाखेरि द्याट इज अल्सो वान अफ द प्रब्लम। र लास्टको आर भनेको चाहिँ रिस्क। MSMEs इन न्युट्रिसन एग्रिकल्चर मेजर प्रब्लम इज द फ्याक्टर अफ रिस्क। कस्तो रिस्क भन्दाखेरि यो जुन न्युट्रिसनसँग रिलेटेड एग्रिकल्चरसँग रिलेटेड जुन आइटम्स छ, जुन प्रोडक्ट्स छ, दोज प्रोडक्ट्स आर हाइली पेरिसेबल। Those products are in fact very prone to external shocks like climate change को कारणले गर्दाखेरि पानी पर्दिने, असिना पर्दिने, सो त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यो all these issues चाहिँ हामीले फेस गरिरहेको अवस्था अहिले चाहिँ मेरो टाइम सकिन लाग्यो जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई। सो ब्रिफली भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ CIGER 5 factors, 5 major barriers as a practitioner I have observed. Thank you.
Thank you, Praduna sir. He has delighted. He has said, told, expressed about the what are the barriers in the financing barriers, especially for the SME program. Basically, however, Muktinath Vikas Bank has root in all over the Nepal in the rural areas too. and NRB has said, Central Bank has said that the 40% need to be go for the productive sector, and so in this context, he highlighted the some of the barriers, the very important barriers about the financial barriers faced by the SMEs program. So I thank you, Pradhan sir, for your presentation. Now I would like to ask the Mousami ji, for your information, if somebody want to talk in Nepali, they can also talk, because we have translator also. Somebody cannot understand, but we have translating system. So you can say either whatever you say prefer, what you seems prefer. Mousami, my question to you is, as an industry leader, could you share an example of a business model or innovation that successfully improved access to nutritious food while remaining commercially viable? What factors contributed to its success?
Thank you.
The time is 5 minutes, okay?
Thank you. I would like to thank ID, CARE, for giving me an opportunity to be able to share some of my experiences in this forum. Just when you talk about Srinagar, like the model that we are using is like, when we first started, we just started with a farm with 2,000 layer chicks. But as we grew, we thought that we really need to expand and work really in the whole market system, and work very closely with the value chain actors within the market system. Then we now are working in the model of 4F. So that is farm, feed, food, and facilitation. So the first farm we are working in, we have now breeder farm and hatchery, where we are producing 1 lakh chicks per week and distributing it to the farmers all around. And then another component that we are working is on the feed, because when we were working in this sector, livestock sector, we found that feed is the most important component, because it involves 70% of the whole production cost. So we realized that it's really important sector which we really need to focus and work on the nutrition aspects, especially on the animal welfare, from the animal welfare perspective and the production perspective, so that the farmers get better FCR within the short time period and get a better gestation period. And then now we are really entering into the food division. Because we realized, especially during the COVID time, that unless and until we assure the market for the farmers, it's really difficult. So then we thought of putting our investment in the processing center along with the slaughterhouse and all. And another wing that we are working is on the facilitation, because we realized that unless and until we build the capacity of the farmers, introduce innovation to the farmers, that also low-cost innovation, the whole sector, the whole farmers' capacity is never going to increase. So that's where, like, we thought that the facilitation wing is also going to play a very important role to build the capacity of the farmers for the skill development. So that's where now our focus, our business model is focusing on this 4F. And when you say like how we're trying to contribute to the nutrition sector, especially looking from the commercial viability of our business, as well as considering the rural communities and the farmers' well-being. So in this sector, that we thought that instead of just doing our own commercial farms and investing on our own farms, we thought that why don't we work together with the farmers? So that's where we came up with the concept of contract farming, where we're giving inputs, quality inputs to the farmers, chicks and feed, and we look into their shed, their farm, even the fish farm and the cattle farms, and work together with them to improve their shed. And then technical service, we do a hand-holding to them, and not only give them a classroom training, but also give them a practical training in our learning center. And then also link them with access to finance. We have partnered with Sana Kisan Vikas Bank, where we help them to link with the access to finance, low cost interest, better along with the insurance, so that the risk is minimized. And then we do the buyback, we do the processing, and then again send our product to the market. So just now, like we, together with ID, we are working very closely with the farmers, even at the malnourished families, because we realize that unless and until we build the community, make them realize that their own production is important for their own feeding the family, and whatever extra income they earn, they can sell it back to us, and they can generate income through the small farming that they're doing right now. And we've started with small, like from 50 to 500 chicks placements has been done in Surkhet, Banke, Kapilbastu, Rupandehi and all in the past 4-5 months. So this is the initiative that we have started, and we're looking forward to expand it more in the rural working district, where we have identified lots of malnourished families. So here we have been working together in a partnership with ID, saying that only giving subsidies or only giving food vouchers is not enough. We really need to build their capacity so that they get some entrepreneurship in themselves and produce themselves and start earning, and especially targeting women farmers. And we are also now promoting this protein hub which we have just displayed. So this is our first launch of our protein hub from this hall, and we really want to spread it across all over Nepal and really build the skill and capacity of women entrepreneurs in this, teach them how to make a protein-rich food, and focusing on hygiene aspects also, so that they can set this up in a low cost, like minimum of 2 lakh rupees per one thela or one stable khajagar. So they can just learn the skill from us, get the input from us, all the marinated input from us, and they can start their business in their own community and promote it to the mothers and children, and especially for targeting outside schools and hospitals, so that protein-rich food is delivered at each doorstep and have access to the nutritious food. Yeah.
Thank you, Mausam-ji. She cited a very important point over here, basically about the contact farming business, giving the complete package, not only the inputs, but also the technical support, also the buyback and technical support and buyback, so that the farmers can have can get inputs and can get the technical knowledge, and also their production, they buy the production, their institution buy the production. So this is the very good example to become the commercially viable for the farmers and the institution. And the other one is she cited about how she work with the small farmers and how they support the inputs like 6P and all these things, and then and technology and all the things. So I would like to thank again to the Mausam-ji, and now my next question to the Chaudhary-ji. As you are working with the CIMET, am I right? The CIMET, yeah, has been working in Nepal with different partners. Would you explain how CIMET has been working in Nepal for the growth and development of nutrition-sensitive food system in Nepal?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank ID and the organizers for inviting CIMET and myself to share our activities in this space. CIMET is the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center. Those who don't know, we've been active in Nepal since 1985, and we work with the host country agreement with the government of Nepal, and we are housed in Kumaltar under the Nepal Agriculture Research Council. So CIMET's Sustainable Agri-Food System program works on research for development on food systems, right from the discovery, where we work on genetic level, to the delivery of improved technologies, practices, and processes to the end users. For us, food systems is the one that produces and delivers food to the population. So let me talk about some of our interventions that we have done in Nepal since the last 8-10 years in Nepal's Tarai. So one of our role is to improve the productivity of cereal-based cropping systems. So to increase production, to increase productivity, to ensure food security. But when we also look at the systems, we also want to understand how can we generate efficiency or diversify the food systems to have more nutritious food for the farming people. So in the Tarai, in the Western Tarai, in the rice wheat systems, we introduced a business model for mung bean production in the 90s, in 2019. It was an action research to see how we could integrate one extra crop within the cropping system just before rice planting, not only for the nutrition of the people, but also for the sustainability of the system as such. So we look at triple gains, contributing to the soil, contributing to the livelihoods, and also looking at the more sustainable, resilient systems. So mung bean was selected because of the triple gains. It has high protein. It's a nutrition-rich, dense food. It provides income, and also it helps in soil fertility. So integration of such crops in the cropping system can give you multiple benefits. So as a result, we work in a partnership approach with the government of Nepal, with the millers, with the seed companies, with the farmers' cooperatives, and also the food processors who actually buy this kind of stuff. So when we started, the mung bean seed system was very weak. There wasn't any seed. So how do we start? So the seed companies of Nepal became the lead farms who actually led the development by, first of all, producing some improved seeds, and also getting some seeds from India together with NARC to test their, the viability and their suitability in different agroecologies of that particular area, and then to be registered, including the system. And as a result of these processes, the support from the provincial governments for irrigation and seed support, farmers started to grow the mung bean in that fallow, and they produced quite a lot of substantial production of around average of 1.5 tons of mung bean in a land which was previously fallow. And from this, they could actually, sell it to the local millers. Local millers had already an understanding that almost 5,000 metric tons of mung bean used to be imported from India, and we would like to see how local cropping systems could also meet certain requirements. And with this, the cultivation went up. The farmers got markets right in their villages, and also we saw that the food processing industry, especially the small units which were making baby food, they got a very big boost in their business when they added mung bean because of the nutritional and the taste as per the market demand. So with this, the complete ecosystem was developed, and in almost 600 hectares of the potential 1,000 hectares in the three districts of Banke, Bardia, and Kailali. So this was a proof of concept that we did, and we observed that directly mung bean added one extra protein into the diets, because previously they would only have the locally produced lentil, but now it's a new crop, and this was something that they could easily consume. The productivity of rice went by 10% because of the integration of the legumes, and also the requirement of urea fertilizers came down by almost 10%. Recently we published a paper, it is in the public domain. You can see the benefits. The local people started to make almost 8 to 10 different products at their homes, because it was a new crop, they didn't know where to sell. So they started a lot of sharing of the mung bean. They started to make the different products at their level. The hospitals and the local restaurants would buy. So it was totally locally, a business model that really helped the farmers to grow. And last but not the least, the seed companies found a good business entry point for mung bean with this. So now, if you go, Nepali seed companies produce almost 8 to 10 metric tons of mung bean every year. Although farmers recycle their seeds, but it's still a good model. Secondly, one of our intervention I would like to say is that we also started to do intercropping of maize, commercial maize with legumes, cowpea and mung bean. This is again a system improvement where we are diversifying and building resilience of the local systems, especially in Nepal when there is no fertilizers, less fertilizers, and also the overexploitation of the soil. So with these interventions, farmers experimented mung bean and cowpea with the maize, and we found that we could maintain the yield of maize at the same level, while also reducing the requirement of fertilizers, and also have extra income and food at the household level. At the aggregate level, on a hectare, farmers could get almost $3,000 by these intercropping practices. So farmers tested and they found cowpea to be more beneficial than the mung bean. So this kind of alternatives are being now practiced. The local governments are supporting the farming in their particular plans, agriculture plans on those models. We also work on biofortified seeds. There was a discussion in the previous session that fortification is only on rice, but also we started with genetic biofortification of maize. We have quality protein maize, we have zinc-enriched maize, we have provitamin A maize, we have aflatoxin-tolerant maize, and these lines are all being given to the NARC and to the private companies to develop and market them in the product. We also have iron-rich wheat varieties, and also we have the local Khajura Musuro 3, which is iron and zinc enriched variety. So we are also trying to have these kind of products getting into the food system through the local private companies to sell. So what we want to say is that farmers not only want the nutrition crops, for them the most important thing is yield. So whatever we do, we have to give them the yield coupled with other traits in the products, right? So these are the innovations that CIMMYT has been trying to do in the past few years here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaudhary sir. He cited the very important part B, especially about the food security and food production, and more about the also about the innovation and many things they have done for the farmers, for the production, and how they can have the system balancing all these things. So this is very good example he has cited. I would like to thank again to the Chaudhary sir. Now I would like to go to the Jit sir about my question to him is, in what ways can nutrition sensitive food system be developed as viable business opportunity across different parts of Nepal? In a game changer project of Nepal government, Prime Minister Agriculture Modernization Project, what is the provision of private sector for driving this initiative?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. कृषि विभागका उपमहानिर्देशकज्यू र उपस्थित सम्पूर्ण साथीहरू, विदाउट एनी फर्दर डिले, सबभन्दा पहिले त यो आइडीलाई चाहिँ प्रधानमन्त्री कृषि आधुनिकीकरण परियोजना जहाँ मैले काम गर्छु र मलाई यो कार्यक्रममा इन्भाइटेसन गरेकोमा म धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। सरलाई क्वेसनको लागि पनि धेरै धन्यवाद। हामीले चाहिँ तीनजना वक्ताहरूको चाहिँ कुरा सुन्यौँ। सरले चाहिँ बेसिकली यो न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टमलाई कसरी भाइबल बिजनेसको रूपमा थ्रु आउट द कन्ट्री, नेपालको केसमा चाहिँ कसरी चाहिँ यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ अपर्च्युनिटीको रूपमा लिन सक्छौँ भन्ने एउटा कुरा, र दोस्रो कुरा चाहिँ प्रधानमन्त्री कृषि आधुनिकीकरण परियोजना जसलाई सर्टमा PMAMP भन्छ, त्यसले चाहिँ प्राइभेट सेक्टरको इन्भल्भमेन्टलाई चाहिँ कसरी यो इनिसिएटिभमा चाहिँ हेरिरहेको छ भन्ने सेकेन्ड क्वेसन सोध्नुभयो। मैले चाहिँ 5 मिनट यसलाई चाहिँ सिद्ध्याउने कोसिस गर्छु र मेरो चाहिँ यो कम्युनिकेसन चाहिँ पार्टली इन इङ्ग्लिस एन्ड नेपाली बोथ हुनेछ। सबभन्दा पहिले त म अगाडिको सेसनहरूमा चाहिँ एटेन्ड गर्न पाएन। यो जुन न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टम भन्ने विषयमा जुन डिस्कसन भइरहेछ त्यो नै के हो भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ मैले थोरै चाहिँ भन्न चाहेँ। यहाँ न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टम, यहाँ दुईवटा किवर्ड मैले देखिरहेको छु, एउटा न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ, अर्को चाहिँ फुड सिस्टम। यी दुईवटा किवर्ड मिलेर जुन न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टम बनेको छ त्यो के होला भनेपछि यो फुड सिस्टम चाहिँ आफैमा एउटा कम्प्लिकेटेड साइन्स हो हैन, किनभने देयर आर सो मेनी स्टेक होल्डर्स इन्भल्भ इन फुड सिस्टम फ्रम प्रोडक्सन टु कन्जम्सन स्टेज। यो एउटा कम्प्लिकेटेड छ र यसलाई के भनेर सजिलो रूपमा चाहिँ के भनेर बुझ्न सकिन्छ होला भने त्यस्तो फुड सिस्टम जहाँ न्युट्रिसन अब्जेक्टिभ छ, न्युट्रिसन सेक्युरिटी छ, त्यो न्युट्रिसन सेक्युरिटीलाई चाहिँ इन्कर्पोरेटेड प्लानमा, प्रोजेक्टमा र इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनमा हामीले यदि इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्छौँ भने त्यो न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टम हुन्छ होला। जहाँसम्म कृषि तथा पशुपन्छी विकास मन्त्रालय र प्रधानमन्त्री कृषि आधुनिकीकरण परियोजनाले न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टममा बेस भएर धेरै कामहरू गरिरहेको छ। न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टम मैले लगभग 20 वर्ष जति भयो यो प्रोफेसनल एग्रिकल्चर सेक्टर, न्युट्रिसन सेक्युरिटी, फुड सेक्युरिटीमा काम गरेको र प्रधानमन्त्री कृषि आधुनिकीकरण परियोजनामा 4 वर्षदेखि काम गर्दाखेरि मलाई के लागिरहेको छ भने जब हामी फुड सेक्युरिटी अथवा न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टमहरु कुरा गर्छौं 3-4 वटा पोइन्टहरु चाहिँ एकदमै इम्पोर्टेन्ट भएर आउँछ। एउटा पोइन्ट चाहिँ के छ भने एभेलेबिलिटी अफ फुडको चाहिँ एभेलेबिलिटी, अर्को फुडको चाहिँ एक्सेस टु फुड, तेस्रो कुरा त्यसको एफोर्डेबिलिटी र अर्को कुरा फुड क्वालिटी, फुड सेफ्टी। यी कुराहरूलाई हामीले इन्टिग्रेसनमा राखेर चाहिँ फुड सिस्टममा जोड्यौं भने न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ हुन्छ। र मेरो एक्सपिरियन्स र थट र सँगसँगै लिटरेचरहरूले के भन्छ भने न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टमको लागि 4-5 वटा कुराहरू चाहिँ एकदमै भाइटल र इम्पोर्टेन्ट हुन्छ। एउटा कुरा, नेपाल कृषि प्रधान देश हो, यसमा कुनै डाउट छैन र नेपालको यदि ट्रान्सफर्मेसन हुने हो भने सबभन्दा पहिलो बेस चाहिँ एग्रिकल्चर नै हो भनेर सबैले मानिआएको, हामीले पहिलेदेखि सुन्दै आएको यो हो पनि। र कृषि मार्फत चाहिँ ट्रान्सफर्मेसन गर्ने हो, यदि कृषि मार्फत देशलाई चाहिँ अगाडि बढाउने हो भने हामी न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टम लागू गर्दै अगाडि बढ्नुपर्छ। त्यसको लागि हाम्रो 3 वटा जुन एग्रो इकोलोजिकल जोन भनेर हामीले भनेका छौं, हिमाल, पहाड, तराई, यी 3 वटै जोनहरूका आफ्ना आफ्ना पोटेन्शियल अपर्च्युनिटीहरू छन्। 3टै पोटेन्शियल छ। तराईमा एउटा अपर्च्युनिटी छ, एउटा पोटेन्शियल छ, मिड हिलमा एउटा पोटेन्शियल छ र हाई हिलमा अर्को पोटेन्शियल छ। चाहे त्यो चाहिँ हामीसँग एग्रोनोमिकल क्रप हुन सक्छ या हर्टिकल्चरल क्रप हुन सक्छ या लाइभ स्टक हुन सक्छ या फिशरिज या अरू कुराहरू। यी सम्पूर्ण कुराहरू जुन एग्रिकल्चरका कम्पोनेन्टहरू हुन् ती कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले नेपालका 3 वटै एग्रो इकोलोजिकल जोनमा विथ प्रोपर टेक्नोलोजी, विथ प्रोपर चाहिँ इनपुट रिसोर्सेसहरूको एभाइलेबिलिटी र त्यसको पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट प्रोसेसिङ र त्यसको चाहिँ स्टोरेज र मार्केटिङ, ब्रान्डिङ, लेबलिङ, प्याकेजिङ, यति कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ इन्टिग्रेसन गर्न सकियो भने नेपालमा न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टमको धेरै अपर्च्युनिटी देखिन्छ। अझै पनि मलाई के लाग्छ भने हामीले प्रोडक्सनमा राम्रो प्रगति गरेका छौं, प्रोडक्सन गर्न हाम्रा किसानहरूले चाहिँ जानेका छन्, ती टेक्नोलोजीहरू पुगेका छन्, तर त्यस पछाडिका फुड क्वालिटीका, फुड सेफ्टीका, न्युट्रिसन सेक्युरिटीका कुराहरू छन्, त्यसमा 90% भन्दा बढी काम हुन चाहिँ हामीलाई बाँकी छ। धेरै उदाहरणहरू छन्। जस्तै एउटै उदाहरण एउटा बनानाकै रूप लियो भने हामीले बनानालाई खाली एउटा चाहिँ एज अ फ्रुट मात्रै खाइरहेका छौं र त्यस पछाडि त्यसको प्रोसेसिङ, पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट, त्यसका विभिन्न कम्पोनेन्टहरू त हामीले हेरेका पनि छैनौं। त्यसकारण यस्ता अपर्च्युनिटीहरू चाहे चाहिँ हामीले केरामा हेरौं या अलैँचीमा हेरौं या चाहिँ सुन्तलामा हेरौं या कफीमा हेरौं या धान, गहुँ, मकै जुन चाहिँ हाम्रा आधारभूत बालीहरू हुन् या माछामा हेरौं, सबैमा चाहिँ ठूलो अपर्च्युनिटी चाहिँ भाइबल बिजनेसको रूपमा हामी देख्न सक्छौं। त्यसको लागि 1 नम्बर चाहिँ मैले देखेको इन्डिजिनस र लोकल क्रपहरूको जुन प्रोडक्टिभिटी इम्प्रुभमेन्ट छ त्यसलाई चाहिँ बढाउन एकदमै जरुरी छ। अर्को दोस्रो मैले देखेको भ्यालु चेनलाई इम्प्रुभमेन्ट गर्ने, जुन चाहिँ हाम्रो पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट प्रोसेसिङदेखि लिएर कन्ज्युमर्सको टेबलसम्म पुग्दाखेरि जुन चेन छ, जुन युनिट अपरेसनहरू छ, त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ इफिसियन्सी र त्यसको इम्प्रुभमेन्ट गर्न जरुरी छ ताकि फुड लस नहोस् र फुड सेफ्टी र क्वालिटी पनि मेन्टेन होस्। अर्को चाहिँ नेपालको केसमा यी कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ गर्नको लागि R&D चाहिँ असाध्यै कम भएको छ। R&D मा पनि रिसर्च एन्ड डेभलपमेन्टमा पनि हामीले धेरै जोड गर्नुपर्ने छ र यो न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टममा चाहिँ हामीले अवेरनेस इनिसिएटिभ प्रोग्रामहरू पनि लैजान जरुरी छ। र अझ अर्को इम्पोर्टेन्ट चाहिँ हामीले मल्टी स्टेक होल्डर, किनभने कृषि भनेको एकदमै फुड भनेको एकदमै मल्टी स्टेक होल्डर इन्भल्भमेन्ट भएको चाहिँ साइन्स रहेछ। यो फुडमा धेरै पार्टिजहरू, धेरै अर्गनाइजेसनहरू, एउटा इन्डिभिजुअल फार्मरदेखि लिएर एउटा बिग चाहिँ कम्पनीसम्म जोडिने, गभर्नमेन्ट जोडिने, दुनियाँ जोडिने भएको हुनाले यिनीहरूको बिचमा एउटा इफेक्टिभ कोलाबोरेसन भयो भने हामीले चाहिँ न्युट्रिसन सेन्सिटिभ फुड सिस्टम चाहिँ कुनै पनि कन्ट्रीमा लागू गर्न सक्छौं। र लास्टमा मैले यसलाई चाहिँ के जोड गरेर भने पनि यो सबैलाई गाइड गर्ने चाहिँ इनेबलिङ पोलिसी पनि हुनु पर्यो। हामीसँग चाहिँ त्यस्तो पोलिसी हुनु पर्यो जस्तै फुड सप्लाई चेनलाई चाहिँ एकदम त्यसको इफिसियन्सी इम्प्रुभमेन्ट गर्ने पोलिसी हुन सक्छ। यस्ता खाले पोलिसीहरू भयो भने प्राइभेट सेक्टर पनि त्यसमा चाहिँ इन्भल्भ भएर त्यसको इफिसियन्सी चाहिँ र म्यानेजमेन्ट बढ्छ। यी कुराहरू मैले सरलाई फर्स्ट क्वेसनको चाहिँ उत्तरको रूपमा भन्न चाहे। र सेकेन्डमा प्राइम मिनिस्टर एग्रिकल्चर मोडर्नाइजेसन प्रोजेक्टले कसरी प्राइभेट सेक्टरलाई चाहिँ ह्यान्डल गरिरहेको छ भन्दाखेरि यो एउटा गेम चेन्जर प्रोजेक्ट हो र 15 वटा बाली र वस्तुहरू मार्फत देशैभरि र 753 वटै पालिकाहरूमा पकेट, ब्लक, जोन र सुपर जोन मार्फत काम गरिरहेको छ। प्रधानमन्त्री कृषि आधुनिकीकरण परियोजनाको मुख्य चाहिँ हामी चाहिँ त्यसलाई चाहिँ मिसन भन्छौं, त्यो लक्ष्य नै फुड न्युट्रिसन र फुड क्वालिटीसँग रहेको छ। जस्तै यसलाई हामीले के भन्ने गरेका छौं भने सम्पूर्ण कृषि मूल्य श्रृङ्खलाका अवयवहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले उचित परिचालन गर्दै उचित व्यवस्थापन गर्दै खाद्य सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित गर्ने र त्यसको लागि हामीले अब्जेक्टिभ रूपमा लेखेका छौँ मल्टी स्टेक होल्डर पार्टिसिपेसनलाई चाहिँ इम्प्रुभड कोअर्डिनेसन मार्फत अगाडि बढाउने र हामीले प्रधानमन्त्री कृषि आधुनिकीकरण परियोजनाले यो फुड सेक्युरिटी न्युट्रिसन सेक्युरिटीलाई प्राइभेट सेक्टरसँग मिलेर काम गरिरहेका छौँ। जस्तै मैले भने अहिले चाहिँ तपाईँहरूको लागि पनि एउटा इन्ट्रेस्टिङ हुनसक्छ, कृषिमा चाहिँ प्राइभेट सेक्टर चाहिँ एकदमै इभल्भ भएर अगाडि आइरहेको छ। हामीले समूह सहकारी र प्राइभेट फर्महरूलाई जब सूचीकृत हुन चाहिँ कल गर्छौँ, एप्लिकेसन कल गर्छौँ, 60% जति चाहिँ हाम्रो प्राइभेट सेक्टर आइरहेको छ। त्यो सँगसँगै हामीले चाहिँ स्टोरेजमा, त्यसपछि हामीले चाहिँ प्रोसेसिङमा प्राइभेट सेक्टरसँग मिलेर काम गरिरहेका छौँ। प्रधानमन्त्री कृषि आधुनिकीकरण परियोजनाले लार्जेस्ट कोल्ड स्टोरेजहरू स्थापना गरेर करिबन 15,000 मेट्रिक टनका 3वटा कोल्ड स्टोरेज स्थापना गराएर फुड क्वालिटी र फुड एभाइलेबिलिटी इयर राउन्ड एभाइलेबिलिटीको लागि कन्ट्रिब्युसन गरिरहेको छ। यसै गरी हामीले एग्रो मार्केटको कन्सेप्टमा अगाडि प्रधानमन्त्री कृषि आधुनिकीकरण परियोजनाका विभिन्न साना साना हुन् तर केही कार्यक्रमहरू भइरहेका छन् र समग्रमा भन्दाखेरि पिएमएएमपीले चाहिँ प्राइभेट सेक्टर, रिसर्च इन्स्टिट्युसन र एकाडेमिक इन्स्टिट्युसन यिनीहरू सबैसँग मिलेर एउटा इम्प्रुभड कोअर्डिनेसन मार्फत अगाडि बढ्न चाहिँ चाहिरहेको छ। हस्, मैले यति नै भने। थ्याङ्क यू।
Thank you, Deep sir. He cited very important points about the program of the PMAMP, Prime Minister Agriculture Modernization Project. Basically, he said about how we need to incorporate the nutrition and in not only the food, but also how is the nutrition of the nutritious condition of the food and quality of the food, and they have been working in these PMAMPs working in mountains, hills, and terrain all over the Nepal, and he focused about more about the productivity, increase of the productivity of the indigenous crop, so that that could be more sustainable. And about he also raised, he also said about the importance of the multi-stakeholder. Basically, they have worked in the cold storage for the development of the cold storage, big cold storage, so that the farmers can store and can sell when there is price in the market, and so that they will have the good price for their product. And he also expressed about explained about the importance of the private sector, and they are working with the private sector in collaboration with the private sector, so that for the development actor or for the government alone cannot work. And they have to work with the private sector for the overall growth. So he stressed about this. I think this is very important for us. And so I would also like to thank Jit sir for this. Is the very excellent presentation. Now I would like to go again to the Pradhan sir. What factors? My question to you is: what factors influence the willingness of private sector actors, such as banks, agribusinesses, and investors, to invest in nutrition-focused enterprises? And how can we promote gender-inclusive financing models to ensure better access for women-led agribusiness? For example, this is only for 3 minutes you have, so that I would like to request you to say your what you want to say within 3 minutes. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just to highlight the importance of agriculture and nutrition, this yesterday the budget came. I would like to be a little bit faster. The agriculture stands at the 7th position of the priorities of the Nepal government, with the total budget of 57 billion Nepali rupee. If we compare in amount wise, number one. Number two, why the private sector actors, banks, other businesses is not that much interested in agriculture, as you have asked. You know that several dimensions, and on the basis of those dimensions, I think the solutions can be worked out. Number one dimension is the people. If you go to the hill, हामी यदि पहाडमा गयौँ भने त्यहाँ सडक बहुत राम्रो बनेको देख्छौँ हामीले, तर मान्छे छैन. People are not there. According to economic survey report of the Nepal government, 20% people formally have left Nepal to work outside. People going to India for seasonal works and other, if are counted, then the the youth, if in terms of youth, it is more than 40%. So, पहाडमा मान्छे छैन अहिले काम गर्नको लागि, अथवा तराईतिर धेरै मान्छेहरू भेटिँदैन काम गर्नको लागि. Number one. Number two, the inputs which are required for production in agriculture, in nutrition based businesses, that is also a problem. हामीले प्राय सुन्दै आइरहेका छौँ कि यो रासायनिक मल समयमा पाइँदैन. This year, according to yesterday's budget, 28 billion Nepali rupee has been allocated for procurement of fertilizer on a subsidized basis. 28 अर्ब रुपियाँ, 28 अर्ब रुपियाँ छुट्याइएको छ. तर किसानले मल चाहिँ पाउँदैन समयमा. दोस्रो, तेस्रो भनेको चाहिँ आउटपुट, जुन उत्पादन हुन्छ. यहाँ हामीसँग म्याम पनि हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँले किसानसँग काम गरिराख्नुहुन्छ. 4F को बारेमा उहाँले कुरा गर्नुभयो. जुन उत्पादन हुन्छ कृषिको, त्यो उत्पादन कसरी हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि त्यो उत्पादनको कुनै डिमान्डसँग कुनै तालमेल हुँदैन. उत्पादन आफ्नो ढङ्गले हुन्छ, मार्केटको डिमान्ड आफ्नो ढङ्गले हुन्छ. नम्बर वान. नम्बर दुई, इनफ्याक्ट त्यो जुन उत्पादन हुन्छ त्यो उत्पादन कुनै बाइब्याक, लाइक सी मेन्सन्ड द्याट सी अफर्ड अ बाइब्याक ग्यारेन्टी टु हर फार्मर्स, विच इज अ फ्यान्टास्टिक इनफ्याक्ट स्किम. बिकज अफ द्याट हर बिजनेस इज गोइङ अन. तर नेपालको बिजनेसहरू चलिरहेको छैन किन, देयर इज नो बाइब्याक फेसिलिटी फर द फार्मर्स. नम्बर थ्री. नम्बर फोर भन्ने हो भने चाहिँ जुन मैले अघि नै भने जस्तो जुन एउटा क्यापेबिलिटी जुन हुनुपर्छ त्यो कुरो पनि देखिँदैन. नम्बर फोर. नम्बर फाइभ, अगेन द सेम थिङ्स आई वुड लाइक टु बोरो फ्रम द थिङ्स आई मेन्सन अर्लियर. इकोसिस्टममा काम हुँदैन. सो अल दिज आर द थिङ्स विच आर इनफ्याक्ट hampering or discouraging the investment from the private sectors, including the banks and financial institutions in the sector of agriculture, nutrition and MSMEs. I think I have covered in 3 minutes, a little bit fast though.
Thank you. Thank you, President sir. As you said that what are the main things, especially that the people have left their places, especially in the mountain region. People are not there. There many infrastructure has been developed, road and all these things, but there is a problem with the people and the fertilizer. As all we know that is the main issue in Nepal, and the market is these. For example, the buyback guarantee and the market. When they have more production, when they produce a lot, there is a problem with the market and finally the lack of the capacity and capability. I think this is a very important thing. That there's the matter of factors that the private sector don't want to invest in these agri businesses and even the banks and even the investor. So thank you, Pradhan sir. Now I would like to go to the Motsumi. My question to her is, what roles do private sector actors such as food companies, traders, retailers, financial institutions play in improving access to nutritious food, and how can their collaboration with government, research institutions and development partners be strengthened? Again, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I think when we are in this field, it's a very tough field. Agriculture is not a easy business, and especially when we're dealing with the livestock, and it's a living thing. And similarly, when you're dealing with the living stuff, it's really tough business. So we cannot say that we want to walk alone in this path. We really need a support from all the institutions, especially government, research institutions, donor agencies, development partners, financial institutions. So I think we all should come together and work together with one mission, that is how to feed our children and how to work for the nutrition, good nutrition. So that's the ultimate goal. And I would like to say that, Dudimanji is next to me. So we have been working together, especially from the research perspective. So as I mentioned earlier, that we are working in the feed sector. And when you look into the feed sector, the major raw material, the major input that we need to run our feed is maize. 70% of our raw material that is consumed in the feed is maize and soya. So we have been working very closely with CIMMYT on the research and development part, especially on the climate smart agriculture farming, what kind of seed is really working in the context of Nepal, because there are really big issues on bringing in hybrid seeds from other countries. So we are working together to promote the local hybrid, which is acceptable for the farmers and is easily produced from the soil of Nepal. And that has really helped. It took we must have been working together, exploring, cracking our head since last 5 years. But I think this year, we really got a good result. When you go into the farms, maize fields, we see a good production coming out. And this time when we were hunting maize for our procurement, instead of going to Bihar, we went to Jhapa, we went to Udaipur, and we went to Banke Bardia to procure our maize, So this shows that a positive result of all the hard work that we have been doing together since last 5 years. But now the saddest part is the production is really good, but we are forecasting a heavy rainfall this year, and already the farmers are crying, saying that all their maize are getting fungus, because of the heavy rain, and they have been drying on the streets in highways, because there's no proper drying system, there's no proper storage, and all the maize are getting rotten. So that is the dilemma of our country, so which we really need to look into. And I think here the government should also come into the picture, how to really help the farmers, sometimes the production is just not enough. The proper storage, proper processing is also equally important. And when you come to Pradhan Mantri Krishi Adhunik course, and I'm really impressed with the way they're working, because we are also working in the fishery sector, and we are the first company to produce the fish feed in Nepal. And we brought the technology of demand fish feeder, like how to feed the fish, a small low-cost technology. And we tied up with PMMP, and they helped us to promote that innovation in the Chapia, that is the pocket of fish farmers. So that kind of collaboration, I think, really helps. And sometimes we come up with innovation, but we don't know how to upscale, how to reach out to the farmers. So they really helped us on disseminating the technology that we got from our own innovation. And when we come to access to finance, I look at Muktinath Vikas Bank. So again, the main nerves or the backbone of any industry is the finance. So unless there is a good liquidity flow in the financial institutions, for the farmers, they will never be able to encourage to get into the business. So when I go into the field and I see lots of empty sheds around, and I ask them, why did you leave the farming? Why did you leave the business? They said, I'm not able to pay back the loan, just because there's no enough guaranteed fund. And so I had to send my son to the Middle East to pay my loan. So that is the main problem that the farmers are facing. And so it's they're bleeding and they're not being able to pay the loan back from the production they're doing. So we are trying to really work closely with them, how we can really build their capacity, and also teach them not only the technical skill, but also the business skill to make their farming profitable, so that they can pay back the loan to the bank with the backup of insurance, so that risk is minimized. And in this case, we are tying up with the cooperatives, setting up agri-centers. And in these agri-centers, we are working with women VAPs, which we call village agriculture promoters. Like recently in the morning, we heard from Madam Nanda. Now she's known as Ma'am in the villages. So we are identifying such female lead promoters who can also play a big role as an ambassador in that village to promote technology, to motivate women farmers to get back into the business and work in the whole system. together. So that's where I see the whole collaboration with the cooperatives, with the research institutions, with the government, with the bank is very much required. So if we all work together with one motive, with one interest, I think it will really be helpful. And I'm really happy with yesterday's budget, especially on the part of the midday meal, which the government has increased from 8 to 10 billion. So with the target to achieve at least 2.8 million students up to grade 8. So I think this is where now we should really knock the government's door and work together. Especially as per the WHO, the egg consumption is 161 per year, but whereas in case of Nepal, it's only 62 per year. So we should really come up with the innovative packages, like how we can really promote good nutrition in this midday meal. So it was rupees 15, now it's rupees 25. And whenever I try to put the egg in the midday meal packages, the biggest problem is it's very perishable, vulnerable item. It gets stale, it gets rotten. There's lots of logistic issues. So we should come up with really innovatives, maybe egg powder or egg liquid, so that it becomes good package from the logistic perspective also, so that we can cater the nutrition aspects. And just to wrap up, I would just like to say that in Srinagar, we believe that nutrition is just not a health issue, but a livelihood opportunity by aligning commercial viability with nutritional impact, and we aim to transform our rural economies while nourishing the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mosumi. She explained about how the importance of the collaboration, and that is important. And we need to collaborate with the cooperatives, governments, banks, because the many farmers are there. When she asks to the farmers in the field why they are not growing, they say we don't have money, we're not getting money. So maybe the access to finance is important for them. Maybe the cooperative are working over there, and the many financial institutions and microfinance are working, even though the finance is one of the problem. And the government, as she said that as we all have the cooperative, government, banks, and all the private sector companies have the same objective. And the only one thing is we need to collaborate so that we can have the synergic effect, so that we can have a plus output, and then if we do it ourselves by the single identity. So now my next question go to the Chaudhary sir. Yeah. How can businesses contribute to improving nutrition in Nepal, and what key changes in policy, investment, or partnership would further accelerate private sector engagement in the nutrition economy?
Yeah. Thank you again for this question. I would again go back to the food systems approach in Nepal. I think one way to generate private sector investments or interest is to look at the food system as a whole. For example, look at the crop, livestock, poultry continuum. These are all integrated systems. A farmer does everything. So entrepreneurship should be along the value chains of the food systems, where there could be investment potentials. We have spent done a lot of work on assessing the risks and vulnerabilities of micro, small, and medium enterprises in the agribusiness space, and how do they actually operate in the context of COVID, or in the context of Russia-Ukraine war, or in the context of the cash crunch that we have seen in the couple of years back. So actually, the concept of private sector engagement is not only the bigger firms selling branded products in the urban markets, but it's also about localized businesses, so that the nutritious, sensitive food systems are more inclusive. It reaches more households in the rural and the rural municipalities. And that's where the investment should come. We have a huge, as Sir mentioned in the beginning, almost 1 million MSMEs are registered. But how many of them are getting a support that needs to thrive? And when we did the policy review meetings in Sudur Paschim and Lumini provinces, there was a lot of issues that came up. Actually, there is a lack of coordination between the agencies. There is no MSME cell in the Department of Industry and the Department of Ministry of Agriculture. There are issues of multiple taxation. Then you see that the business development services that MSMEs need are not provided. The local CCIs do not have that capacity to deliver. Moshoviji mentioned about the huge growth in the maize sector because of the improvement in production, research, and the market linkage. But within that, if someone has to go and invest to produce a safe, cornflakes out of maize or any other product coming out of the food system, do we have that kind of a investment-ready plan with us? So that is not the case, and we actually need to look at ways how we can get evidence to generate the policy. So now we are in the decade of investment of agriculture. Government has announced early last year, and I think this is a good time to look at see how our food systems can be made more sustainable, more resilient, and more nutrition sensitive, right? These are the three things. It's not only about nutrition, also farmers are facing challenges of climate, a lot of mass migration. So we have to look at resilience in a big way and also look at the resilience in the food system. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chaudhary sir. He explained about how can the businesses contribute to improve the nutrition. Basically, whatever enterprise we explore or help or provide them with the services, it need to be sustainable. That is important. So that we can have this type of when the policy should be in that way, so that the sustainable enterprises can private sector also can do. So it need to be sustainable when it is it benefit to the people, consumer, and the grower. All these things. So now my next question goes to the Jeet sir. My question is, public-private partnership are key to accelerating nutrition-focused agri-food system. What are the opportunities for collaborating among government, research institutions, and private enterprises, and what conditions are needed for successful replication and scaling?
सर्टकटमा 3 मिनटमा चाहिँ सिद्ध्याउने कोसिस गर्छु। हामी सबैलाई थाहा छ अहिले यो विश्वव्यापी टेस्टेड र भेरिफाइड नै हो। कुनै पनि प्रोजेक्ट, चाहे त्यो एग्रिकल्चरको प्रोजेक्ट हुनसक्छ या वाटर डेभलपमेन्टको अथवा जुनसुकै प्रोजेक्ट हुनसक्छ, त्यहाँ चाहिँ पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिप भयो भने त्यो प्रोजेक्टको इफिसियन्सी राम्रो हुन्छ, त्यो प्रोजेक्टमा चाहिँ म्यानेजमेन्ट राम्रो हुन्छ र त्यो प्रोजेक्टमा सर्भिस डेलिभरी राम्रो हुन्छ भन्ने कुरा सबैलाई थाहा भइसकेको छ। कृषिमा पनि पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिपको अपर्च्युनिटी, त्यो पोटेन्सियल चाहिँ नेपालको एग्रिकल्चरमा धेरै नै देखिएको छ। सरले जुन भन्नुभयो, गभर्नमेन्ट, रिसर्च अर्गनाइजेसन, प्राइभेट सेक्टर, एकाडेमिक इन्स्टिट्युसन अथवा स्टेक होल्डर्सहरूको बिचमा के छ त भनेर भन्दाखेरि नेपालको केसमा मैले एउटा सानो उदाहरणबाट चाहिँ यसलाई उत्तर दिने कोसिस गर्छु। जस्तै अहिले नेपालको कृषिलाई आधुनिकीकरण गर्ने र आधुनिकीकरण मार्फत औद्योगिकरणमा गर्ने भन्ने एउटा चाहिँ मेन बेस चाहिँ कृषि यान्त्रिकरणलाई हामीले मानेका छौँ। एग्रिकल्चरल मेकानाइजेसन अहिले चाहे के भन्छ फेडरल गभर्नमेन्टको होस्, चाहे लोकल लेभलको होस् या एनजिओ, आइएनजिओ, सिमिट, जुनसुकै अर्गनाइजेसनहरूको होस्, उनीहरूले एग्रिकल्चरल मेकानाइजेसनको प्रोग्राम चाहिँ नेपालको चाहिँ कृषकको चाहिँ फार्मसम्म पुर्याएको छन्। अब त्यसलाई लिङ्क गरेर हेरौँ हैन, वर्षेनी 12 अरबको एग्रिकल्चरल मेकानाइजेसनमा चाहिँ हाम्रो खरिद, एग्रिकल्चरल मेसिनरिजको खरिदमा वर्षेनी 12 अरब जति नेपाल सरकारको र 1 अरब जति सब्सिडी दिनको लागि खर्च हुँदो रहेछ। तर त्यसमा के अपर्च्युनिटी छ त यो कोल्याबोरेसनको भनेर हेर्दाखेरि कृषि तथा पशुपन्छी विकास मन्त्रालय, जुन सरले भनेको गभर्नमेन्टलाई मैले यहाँ जोड्न खोजेँ, कृषि तथा पशुपन्छी विकास मन्त्रालय जसले चाहिँ एग्रिकल्चरको एक्सटेन्सन गर्छ, किसानको फार्ममा पुगेर आज ताप्लेजुङको किसानको अलैँचीको फार्मरमा कस्तो प्रकारको मेकानाइजेसनको निड छ, या चाहिँ रूपन्देहीको अघि म्यामले भन्नुभएको छपियाको फिस फार्मिङमा फिस मेकानाइजेसनको के छ भन्ने कृषि मन्त्रालयले त्यो प्रब्लम आइडेन्टिफाई गर्छ। त्यसपछि नेपाल एग्रिकल्चरल रिसर्च काउन्सिल भन्ने नार्क छ, जुन रिसर्च अर्गनाइजेसन हो, त्यसलाई चाहिँ ल है रूपन्देहीको फिस फार्मिङमा फिस मेकानाइजेसनमा फलानु समस्या छ, या ताप्लेजुङको चाहिँ हाम्रो अलैँचीको मेकानाइजेसनमा फलानु समस्या छ, किसानहरूको डिमान्ड यो छ भनेर एग्रिकल्चरल रिसर्च अर्गनाइजेसनलाई चाहिँ एक्सटेन्सनले भन्छ। अनि रिसर्चले चाहिँ के गर्छ भनेपछि त्यसअनुसार चाहिँ उनीहरूले रिसर्च गर्छ, डिजाइन गर्छ, टेस्ट गर्छ। त्यसपछि उनीहरूले चाहिँ एउटा प्रोटोटाइप बनाउँछ, मोडल बनाउँछ र प्राइभेट सेक्टर कहाँ जान्छ। जुन अहिलेको उदाहरण हामीले भनौँ वीरगञ्ज कृषि औजार कारखाना या जस्तै कुनै प्राइभेट कृषि औजार कारखानाहरू जसलाई उनीहरूले मोडेल र प्रोटोटाइप दिन्छन् र त्यो कृषि औजार कारखानाले चाहिँ मास स्केलमा त्यो मेसिनरी चाहिँ प्रोडक्सन गर्छ। यो चेनबाट काम भयो भने सरकारको, रिसर्च अर्गनाइजेसनको र प्राइभेट सेक्टर र त्यसमा सँगसँगै एकाडेमिक इन्स्टिट्युसन पनि जोडिन सक्छ। कुनै कुनै कन्ट्रीमा एकाडेमिक इन्स्टिट्युसन पनि जोडिन्छ यो चेनमा। यसरी 4वटा अर्गनाइजेसनको बिचमा एउटा इम्प्रुभ कोअर्डिनेसन भयो भने हामीले एग्रिकल्चरल मेकानाइजेसनलाई चाहिँ नेपाल मेड बनाउन सक्छौँ। मेक इन नेपाल, मेड इन नेपाल इनिसिएटिभ त्यो गर्न सक्छौँ। अर्को चाहिँ कृषिमा जुन छ, जुन हामीसँग किसानहरू कहाँ आफ्टर सेल सर्भिस, मेन्टेनेन्सका कुराहरू, धेरै प्रब्लमहरू नेपालको मेकानाइजेसनले भोगिरहेछ। ती च्यालेन्जेसहरू चाहिँ एकदमै कम भएर जान्छ। त्यही भएर मैले चाहिँ नेपालको कृषिमा चाहिँ यी 4-5वटा अर्गनाइजेसनहरूको बिचमा एकदमै पोटेन्सियल जुन छ कोलाबोरेसनको त्यो धेरै देखिरहेको छु। र अब यसलाई चाहिँ कुन कन्डिसनले चाहिँ गभर्न गर्न सक्छ अथवा कुन कन्डिसनहरू आवश्यक छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ भने सबभन्दा पहिले कुरा त कोअर्डिनेसनै हो। जस्तै प्रधानमन्त्री कृषि आधुनिकीकरण परियोजना भुक्तभोगी छ। हामीले उद्योग मन्त्रालय, वन मन्त्रालय, सिँचाइ मन्त्रालय, नार्कदेखि लिएर थुप्रैलाई चाहिँ पैसा बजेट दिने गर्थ्यौँ, तर कोअर्डिनेसनको अभावमा कृषिमा औद्योगिकरण हुन सकेन। त्यही भएर सबभन्दा पहिले इम्प्रुभ कोअर्डिनेसन। अर्को चाहिँ इनेबलिङ इन्भाइरोमेन्ट। हरेक सेक्टरको लागि इनेबलिङ इन्भाइरोमेन्ट हुन पर्यो। जस्तै प्राइभेट सेक्टरले चाहिँ मेकानाइजेसन अथवा कुनै सिडमा अथवा यस्तै कुनै फर्टिलाइजरमा काम गर्न चाहेको छ भने त्यसलाई इनेबलिङ पोलिसी इन्भाइरोमेन्ट चाहिँ प्राइभेट सेक्टरलाई हुन पर्यो। रिसर्चको लागि पनि त्यस्तै इनेबलिङ इन्भाइरोमेन्ट, त्यहाँ चाहिँ साइन्टिस्टहरूलाई दिने चाहिँ बजेट अथवा चाहिँ त्यहाँ एउटा साइन्टिफिक इन्भाइरोमेन्टको लागि कस्तो इन्भाइरोमेन्ट चाहिन्छ त्यो, र यता एक्सटेन्सन, यो सबैको बिचमा चाहिँ इनेबलिङ इन्भाइरोमेन्ट भयो र इम्प्रुभ कोअर्डिनेसन भयो भने कोलाबोरेसन चाहिँ देखिन्छ। र समग्रमा मैले यति नै भन्छु। मैले एउटा पेपर पनि पब्लिस गरेको थिएँ रिसेन्टली अमेरिकन जर्नल अफ वाटर साइन्स एन्ड इन्जिनियरिङमा। त्यसमा मैले यो वाटरको प्राइभेटाइजेसन, वाटरलाई चाहिँ प्राइभेट प्रोपर्टीको रूपमा हेर्ने या इकोनोमिक गुड्सको रूपमा हेर्ने भनेर कम्युनिस्ट विचारधाराले के भन्छ, पुँजीवादले के भन्छ भनेर मैले एउटा लामो लेख चाहिँ अमेरिकन जर्नल अफ वाटर साइन्स एन्ड इन्जिनियरिङमा लेखेको छु। त्यसले पनि के भनेको छ भने थुप्रै कोलाबोरेसनका चाहिँ पाटाहरू छन्। त्यसमध्ये सबैभन्दा राम्रो चाहिँ पब्लिक प्राइभेट पार्टनरसिप हो, जसले चाहिँ इफिसियन्सी, सर्भिस डेलिभरी, क्वालिटी इन्हान्स गर्छ। हस्, थ्याङ्क यू सर।
Thank you, sir. I don't need to repeat the same thing because you have very clearly expressed all the thing. So I should say, hand over this program to the madam.
We would like to open the floor for just 2 questions. I again request for it to be questions and not remarks. So maybe also requesting the mic to please be passed around. Just 2 questions, please.
Hello, good afternoon. It's me, Sudeep Paudel from United Other Insurance. Currently, I'm looking after the agriculture department. And my question is for Pradhamma sir, that you have mentioned that for the marginalized people, 40% of the loan need to be given, and out of that 50% should be given to the farmers. And coming to that 50%, is that threshold neck and neck, or it's par 50%, or it's a bit challenging for developmental banks to proceed that? And following the question, I have the same question related to your challenge you told: capacity building, information sector, gender and risks. Currently, the risks is very high in the agriculture sector, and looking at the other portion like property insurance and other all, the bank and insurance sector are collaborating a lot, but we don't see that on the agriculture sector. How do you see that? That's all. Yes.
Hello and namaste. It's me, Sanjeev Kumar Sani. Currently, I work for UNICEF. Just I'm still stuck with the word. Pradhamma sir said that nutritious foods are perishable. Yeah, indeed. That comes from the floor. I think it was you. So just giving a context, in Nepal, 13% of the household are food insecure. That's one context. And another, recently, one of the study currently done by World Food Program says that nutritious food in Nepal cost nearly about 501 rupees per household. And it's nearly 2.5 times expensive than energy-only food. So given the context, on one side, nutritious foods are being perished. At times, food loss informations and news comes that food are being thrown on the roads because of the market system and all. So what do you foresee the role of private sector and the financial institution in bridging the gap of access and affordability of food, nutritious food? That's all from my side.
May I proceed?
Please.
Thank you so much for the question, sir. The first question was about the regulatory requirement of financing into agriculture, which is 15%. Currently, as per the Nepal Rashtra Bank macroeconomic data, this 15% is just 8%. So we have just crossed the halfway. Number one. Number two, how is that the risk is there? How the risk can be mitigated? I think that the second question was that. In fact, I would like to borrow 2 Fs from Mausamji out of 4 Fs, which we in fact implement in our working area. One is the field, another is the facilitations. In fact, in bank, we collaborate with a number of institutions, like we call it as ACVC banking, ACVC banking. It is called Agriculture, Cooperative and Value Chain Banking. So where we work with cooperatives, we work with farmers, smallholder farmers, to work in the value chain, especially in the agriculture sector. So while doing that, a number of risks can be mitigated, like capacity building, like the availability of inputs, the availability of technology. That factors are in fact the risk mitigating measures for those factors are in hand. But the factors which are in the environment, that is not in our hand, especially due to the climate change. So because I think you also from insurance sector, the major problem for financing into agriculture is this insurance risk. Usually the government has subsidized the insurance premium for the farmers, but I think billions of rupees are yet to be reimbursed from the government sector. Because of that, a number of insurance companies are not willing to insure the crops. So that is the problem. But despite of that, we are trying our best to work with a number of actors like smallholder farmers, cooperatives, development partners, insurance companies. We are trying to do that, number one. Number two, the second question was in fact have been asked to me, but better would have been the experts who are from the agriculture sector here. But still, nutrition foods, as you have mentioned, like it is 501 Nepali rupee per household. It's very high. In fact, it's very difficult to afford that. Even Mausamji just mentioned, she expressed her, I think, happiness that the government has increased the budget for the midday meal, where an egg can be included. She mentioned that. So that is the situation in Nepal currently. But when we walk in the field level, I think those challenges can be mitigated. So in brief, I would like to say this much. If anything from our experts from the agriculture sector would like to highlight on nutrition part, I would like to request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists and to our moderator for this very important discussion that we just had. उहाँहरुको लागि एकपटक जोरदार ताली बजाइदिनका लागि म यहाँहरु सम्पूर्णलाई हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु र म भगवान श्रेष्ठजीलाई अगाडि मञ्चमा निम्त्याउन चाहन्छु, आईडी का डाइरेक्टर फाइनान्स एन्ड अपरेशन्स। उहाँको हातबाट चाहिँ हाम्रा सम्पूर्ण प्यानलिस्ट तथा मोडरेटरलाई यो मायाको चिनो प्रदान गरिदिनु हुनका लागि म उहाँहरूलाई हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। आइ एम श्योर यहाँहरुको प्रश्नहरु अझै धेरै थिए होला, कमेन्ट्सहरु पनि धेरै थिए होला। त्यो कमेन्ट्स र प्रश्नहरु चाहिँ नेटवर्किङ ब्रेकमा पनि यहाँहरुले गर्न सक्नुहुने म जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु। यस पश्चात हामी लन्च तथा नेटवर्किङ ब्रेकतर्फ अगाडि बढ्दैछौँ. प्लिज डेफिनेटली युटिलाइज दिस टाइम टु इङ्गेज विथ अल आवर भेन्डर्स र उहाँहरूको चाहिँ स्टक सकिने गरिकन आज उहाँ यहाँबाट जानुहोस् भन्ने इच्छा हाम्रो छ. त्यसै कारण यहाँहरू सबैजनाले पनि विभिन्न प्रडक्ट्सहरू आफ्नो घर लानुहुनेछ भन्ने अपेक्षा हामीले लिएका छौँ. हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छौँ हाम्रा सम्पूर्ण प्यानलिस्टज्यूहरूलाई, मोडरेटरज्यूलाई, विष्णुप्रसाद पाठकज्यूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद. सँगसँगै डाक्टर चितबहादुर चन्दज्यूलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद. डाक्टर द्युतिमान चौधरीज्यूलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद. मिस मौसमी श्रेष्ठ उहाँलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद हामी ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ र प्रद्युमन पोखरेलज्यूलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद. यो आजको यस प्यानल डिस्कसनमा आफ्ना कुराहरू अगाडि सारिदिनु भएकोमा पनि उहाँलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद. वी टक्ड अन इङ्गेजिङ प्राइभेट सेक्टर एन्ड भ्याल्यू चेन एक्टर्स इन न्युट्रिसन इकोनोमी. एउटा ग्रुप फोटोग्राफका लागि अलिकति अगाडि सरिदिनु हुनका लागि पनि म सबैजनालाई अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु. हामी एउटा ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ सँगसँगै हाम्रो आजको यस समिटको दोस्रो प्यानल डिस्कसनको पनि अन्त्यतर्फ पुगिसकेका छौँ. वी क्लोजिङ दिस प्यानल डिस्कसन विच वाज अन इङ्गेजिङ प्राइभेट सेक्टर एन्ड भ्याल्यू चेन एक्टर्स इन न्युट्रिसन इकोनोमी, द अपर्च्युनिटिज एन्ड च्यालेन्जेस हियर at the Nutrition and Market Nexus Summit with a group photograph. Thank you very much. उहाँलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद. उहाँहरू सँगसँगै हामीसँग धेरै अतिथिज्यूहरू पनि आउँदै हुनुहुन्छ र डाक्टर सावित्री बरालज्यूलाई पनि हामी स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छौँ. उहाँलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद. चिफ एन्ड जोइन्ट सेक्रेटरी फर सेन्टर फर इन्डस्ट्रियल एन्टोमोलोजी डेभलपमेन्ट उहाँलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवादका साथ अब भने म यहाँहरू डीबी बस्नेज्यूलाई पनि हामी धेरै धेरै स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छौँ. थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच सर. उहाँको क्लोजिङ रिमार्क्स कार्यक्रमको अन्त्यमा हुनेछ भन्ने जानकारी पनि म यहाँहरूलाई गराउन चाहन्छु. र अब भने यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई हाम्रो हल बाहिर लन्चको लागि जोइन गरिदिनु हुनका लागि म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु. रिक्वेस्टिङ एभ्री वान टु प्लिज टु जोइन अस फर लन्च एन्ड प्लिज युटिलाइज दिस टाइम फर भिजिटिङ द स्टल्स द्याट वी हेभ, टकिङ टु सम इन्क्रेडिबल अन्टरप्रिनर्स हु हेभ सम इनोभेटिभ प्रडक्ट्स र तपाईँको घर लानका लागि धेरै कुराहरू पाउनुहुन्छ भन्ने अपेक्षा हामीले लिएका छौँ. 1 घन्टाको यो लन्च ब्रेक छ. 1 घन्टाभित्रमा यहाँहरू सबैजना हलभित्र आउनुहुने अपेक्षा मैले लिएकी छु. थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच.